particular firearm offenses and the offenses of murder, seemed to have escaped his understanding and his explanation to the public of whether he supported or he did not support this piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I come today from a place that is perhaps a little different from most of my colleagues. At the age of, I think it was about 16, I remember going with my father into the constituency of St. Michael's Southeast. There was a murder that took place at the Hole in the Wall canteen in Golden Rock. I'm sure you remember, Mr. Speaker. At that very tender age, not that I had not been exposed to things of violence before, but it was then that I understood very clearly the impact that persons falling victim in these situations would have on communities. You know, you turn up on the scene, you're trying to console the deceased family. You're trying to also deal with certainly the perpetrator's family at times. You are trying to keep a community together who obviously is living in fear of whether there are going to be repercussions. And it was very clear to me at that time, Mr. Speaker, and it has continued to be very clear to me that the issue of crime is not something that we can play politics with. I recall in 1996, my colleague in the other place, John King, came up with a song called How Many More. I find myself, as now the representative for St. Michael's Southeast, burying several of the people, not just constituents, because these, I always refer to them as my family, but I say these are the people that I have grown up with, people who I've interacted with, and I find myself attending many, many funerals of young men being slain in my constituency. It pains me, Mr. Speaker, and there are only so many opportunities that you can get to say, I am sorry to a mother that has lost her child, or that you can explain to a community that government is trying its best to do all that it can within its power to be able to bring about law and order. There are only so many words that you can have to express and to certainly feel the pain that people are feeling in terms of living in fear, especially our elderly within communities. And each of the examples that have been given by both of the other members who spoke on this side spoke to communities being outraged by violent behavior, by the fact that people are living in fear, that people become prisoners in their own homes and within their own communities as a result of these types of crimes. And that the public then calls on us as representatives, as leaders in government, to be able to respond appropriately, to put in place measures that will be able to combat the fears that they are having within their various communities. If you take what John King saying in 1996 and you look at what is happening in 2024, and even if you go back to when the last administration was in power, there's nothing new happening under the sun right now. There has always been episodes of violent crimes and also firearm offenses taking place. And I do not know on what lawful authority any leader of the opposition or anybody on the opposition side can come to this chamber and attack this administration, attack legislation where we are trying our best to grapple with these types of offenses and making sure that people are not allowed to get back out on the street after committing these types of crimes. I don't know how they can do so when it was under that administration, Mr. Speaker, that the scanners in the port were not working. Which means that we all know that if the fellas in the block, in the pine, can't be bringing in the guns into this country. They're going to be coming in somewhere by somebody who's able, in a position, to be able to import these things into the country. And if for a period of time under the last administration, scanners were not working, God only knows what was coming into this country, as we are now seeing not only firearms and stuff, but we are seeing all kinds of high-powered ammunition and rifles being used to carry out serious crimes in this country. No administration that was in office that presided over that situation can honestly come here to this chamber and lead a debate to talk about how this piece of legislation that we have brought still needs work to be done on it. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, what I can say to the mother recently who lost her son, raised her son well, had no issues with him before the law courts, made sure that he didn't get into any issues with anybody within the community, sent him off to work, did her best to be able to raise him. And 4 gunmen come through the area in the Pine. And in the presence, in broad daylight, riddled him with bullets and others who were nearby. I don't know how, Mr. Speaker, as a representative of a community that sees these types of acts taking place, where mothers are losing their children senselessly, that I can take a position that I can't support this legislation that is before this House today, sir. Because I, like many others, recognize that we have to do something as an administration. This is not the silver bullet to solving crime, and I want to make it clear, this does not solve the crimes in Barbados from being committed. This is but one pill, one solution to being able to send a very strong message that this administration is very intolerant of the acts of criminal activity taking place across this country. I don't know what to tell the mother of the child. Sir, I came up at Erdeston Primary watching a young man at the corner by Pine Road called the Nut Man, selling nuts. As a young man, I watched his locks grow to the ground, raising his children and making an honest living, sir, and growing his business, and watching him killed by a stray bullet, a bullet not intended for him. And again, another mother holding her belly and bawling, and a family completely disrupted because of the loss of life, sir. It is painful when we reduce these types of debates to, according to the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, an academic discussion. When we reduce it to philosophical underpinnings as if lives do not matter. As though we do not have a responsibility to those mothers who have lost their children and to those children who are growing up without their parents in our communities, to do something to be able to arrest the lawlessness that is creating havoc across all this entire island. I don't know how we can come and we can try to move a comma from one location or change something from must to may and trivialize a debate on the loss of lives, innocent lives in some cases. Because we represent people in a court of law, sir, because we make money from defending persons. Mr. Speaker, I know you know better, and I've said it to you as well. I have practiced at the criminal bar as well. But I can never put being an attorney before my understanding of what I see on a day-to-day basis of guns in my community and across this country wreaking havoc in lives and livelihoods across this country. I can't do it. This legislation, as I said, is not the silver bullet, but it is a start for us to be able to wrestle to the ground persons who believe that basically the courts ain't doing enough, that they know that they can kill somebody and they can get out on bail the next week, that they can commit 2 and 3 murders, but they will still be able to get an attorney to go and defend them and say that in the name of human rights, they must be entitled to be able to get bail. Mr. Speaker, this is not to infringe on the rights of the individual to a fair trial. Quite the opposite. This legislation is here to allow us to be able to ensure that what, in a sense, is the horse that has bolted, that we are able to put the horse back in the stable, that we are able to give the courts clear guidelines as to how to help it to make certain decisions in relation to the accused. It gives the accused the opportunity through his attorney, if he so wishes, to be able to indicate to the court why he feels he should and should not get bail. But perhaps the most telling thing in this legislation is the fact that the interest of justice must prevail. And the question is, whose justice are we talking about? Because the mother whose child has been killed by the stray bullet must be entitled to some level of justice as well. Is there no justice for that mother? Is there no justice, no interest of justice that the court must take into account when an entire community cannot sleep at night? When even with police outposts in communities where some of these people live across the road from the police outpost, their children are getting gunned down. And we want to come and make sport about the bail legislation, Mr. Speaker. What do you tell those families that are going crazy when the night comes, when they hear a bullet, a gunshot in their communities, thinking that the next bullet may be for them or the children that are left behind, sir? You know, Mr. Speaker, I speak from a place of a lot of hurt, because sometimes I feel that even as a representative, even with all the work that I do within my community, all the young people that I try to save, Mr. Speaker, sometimes we's gotta lose a couple. And it's hurt like hell. And if it is that this administration takes a position that we must bring legislation to tighten the laws, then I support this administration doing what is necessary to do it. But I'm not going to stop on this legislation because this is just the first phase. I want to go back a little bit because as former Minister of Education, I can tell you, children don't start to be bad when they come before the courts, when they take up the gun and they shoot somebody. We all see the signs and the symptoms from the time the children are at the youngest age. And we live in a society now where people want to turn a blind eye, where they don't want to see what is unfolding in front of them. They don't want to tell nobody, children, nothing. Mr. Speaker, this debate is deeper than the law. This debate is a reflection of what is happening in our society. And we need to check ourselves and recognize that we are losing our young men. We are losing our future generations of men. And each of us have a responsibility to do all that we can when the issues are raised within the school system, when children are on the radar from the youngest age, to ensure that the interventions are there, that the parents have places to go where they know that they can intervene to make sure that the children get the assistance that is required, Mr. Speaker. That we have enough of the safety officers and the social workers and the psychologists within the schools to be able to allow the interventions to take place. Because you know what, Mr. Speaker, sometimes the parents themselves do not know what they do not know. And sometimes they need the additional help to be able to tell them what they need to do in order to get the support for their children. You will often hear children tell you, or parents tell you that they know the children bad, the children behaving badly, but they don't know what to do with them. But when they end up killing somebody, all of a sudden, you hear everything coming about how difficult the child was at school, how the child wasn't learning. These are some of the reasons why we have said as a government that we must bring about education transformation. That the reforms that are necessary, where instead of having children falling through the cracks, that we pull them out at the earliest age and make sure that we are able to do the interventions that are necessary. Because the statistics are there. I am no big fan of the statistics because I live it every day. But the statistics are there to show that a number of these children, the young people who are getting involved in crime, have attended the same secondary schools. And Mr. Speaker, the statistics are not lying. The children are having challenges with numeracy. They are having challenges with literacy, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we have said that when the last administration could ignore these things, that this administration cannot do so, Mr. Speaker. Because we are now reversing a lot of the things that have been done, which have resulted in a lack of progress for an entire generation. So the scanners was only one part of it. The removal of the testing of our children for the hearing and the sight and the psychological interventions, all of those things happened under the last administration, Mr. Speaker. But they want to come in here and behave as though life started under this Barbados Labour Party administration. I want to make it abundantly clear that education and education reform has a major part to do with what we're talking about today. This is society's problem. This is not the Attorney General's problem. It is not the police problem. People need to start talking about what is happening within their communities. And I see that the Barbados Police Service has now started to, I would say, get up to the time in terms of its post on a Monday for criminals across the country, asking the public to be able to provide information and calling for those persons to come in. They are following what is happening in Trinidad and Jamaica, where again the statistics for murder rates and firearm offenses are out of control. But what I like about it is that the police are actually now thanking the people who come forward and provide information. They are capturing the persons who they need to, but they are thanking the people who are coming forward. And we have to develop a culture where we don't wait until we lose people to speak up and to say that something is wrong, Mr. Speaker. Because we are developing a culture where nobody don't want to talk. Nobody don't want to say nothing. They will say it to you quietly, but they don't want to speak up and say who is carrying the guns within the community. They won't want to speak about the guns that may be hidden within their own households. And I'm saying to this country that we can do better as a society. It is not too late to be able to reverse the hands of time. The Bail Act is only one part of the solution, but it is not the only solution to the problem. We can put as many judges as we want into the court system. And I agree that we may need to put additional staff in to support the judges to get the cases through. But my bigger concern isn't what's happening in the system alone. It is what's happening before these children get to the system. We see it in the juvenile courts. When I used to practice, I did a lot of matters for juveniles because I was always very concerned about what was happening in the early stages and what interventions we could do for young people when they found themselves before the courts of law, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things that always has bothered me is that our young people do not see consequences anymore. They do not take responsibility for the consequences of their actions. And this has a large part to do with the difficulties that we are seeing developing across the country. The influences of music have crept in. Nobody don't want to snitch because stitches is for snitches. And these types of messages are permeating across the country, across the culture, the subcultures that we have, where our young people are hearing these messages and coming to believe that these things are okay. When we were growing up, we were told, you better talk. You better open up your mouth and talk, otherwise everybody can be in trouble. But you know I'm not comfortable with corporal punishment, but I believe that there is still ways to talk to young people, to explain to them right from wrong. Y'all know my position on that. I have no difficulty in my community talking to young people. I don't have to hit nobody child. I don't have to encourage no parent to hit nobody child. But you show children love and you listen to the things that children are saying, because you will be amazed at the things that you hear when you listen to what the youngest of children are saying, not only about how they feel, but about the things that are happening within their households. Children are not stupid. Children understand what is happening in terms of our culture, in terms of our drug culture, our gun culture. Even in terms of the music, they understand what is happening. And Mr. Speaker, I come from a background of being involved in entertainment. But you know the difference in terms of me and many other young people? I used to hear the music when I was young. I used to enjoy the songs, what we would call the gun tunes, and all of these other tunes, Mr. Speaker. But I had a different upbringing where I understood that that was music. And unless you have positive influences explaining to young people the difference between music and lyrics and what they must differentiate between right and wrong, those who don't know better will oftentimes be telling these young people that these things they must internalize and they must do. And therefore, we have a responsibility as much as we can. We can't protect them from everything. But there's nothing wrong if you are explaining to children what the lyrics are saying and explaining to them what is right from what is wrong. We have stopped explaining to our youth these differences. And we are often critical of them for what they are doing and what they're getting involved in. And when they come before the courts, but many times you should ask yourself, what have you done in terms of your interventions before they get to the court system? The other issue, Mr. Speaker, is that while we have to focus on what we're doing today and while we have to look at what is happening in terms of the children coming up, we also need to look at the young people who are going to jail and what are we doing in terms of the rehabilitation of offenders within the criminal justice system, sir. Because I see a trend that is developing. I have a lot of young men who have gone to prison. A lot of them come out of prison after we commit firearm offenses, murder charges. They come out and they're looking for work. And there's limited work opportunities that many of them are able to find themselves gainfully employed in. That's a fact. Many of us in the constituencies, when we try to send people to be able to get employment, we are challenged when they have a criminal record, especially if it is for violent offenses. In many of the programs, we've sent persons to who have had records. Again, there is a trend developing where you are never sure whether they're going to get into conflict situations with other people who have records on the job sites. And this is a reality that many of us face when we make the recommendations for persons to be able to seek out employment who have had criminal convictions. It therefore means, Mr. Speaker, that we have to do a little bit more, I believe, in being able to reform and rehabilitate persons when they go to prison. We need more programs than what we certainly have now to be able to help people to transition when they do come out of prison. Because they're coming back into society. They've got to come back into communities. They have to come back into households. And therefore, we cannot see this legislation in terms of having persons now having to prove why they should have bail, and in many cases, they probably may not get the bail. When they go to prison, whenever they come back out, the reality is, unless we are seeking to reform and to rehabilitate them while they are there or to offer some level of support to help them to transition, they will continue to be a problem within our society and to wreak havoc in our communities, Mr. Speaker. These are the real issues that this country is facing. And we need to be able to speak openly and frontally to these things. There are too many young men who come out of prison who do not know how they're going to find employment. They have not been guided on anger management. They go from 0 to 100 when somebody tries to explain something to them. Mr. Speaker, you know it, you've represented them. And I'm sure you've had your own difficulties trying to explain to them the process of the law and what the judge is doing. I deal with it every day. And that's why I say that the problem is not just us tightening legislation. We have to look at what we do before, but we also have to look at reform and rehabilitation of our offenders in a serious way. Otherwise, we will simply be locking up people's children as opposed to rehabilitating them and being able to allow them to live and work and be productive citizens. These are the concerns that I carry on my shoulder every day. I feel like it is a burden, trying to find things for our young people who have criminal records to be able to do, Mr. Speaker. You try, but you have if the programs are not there to allow them to equip themselves with the necessary skills to be able to live productive lives, all you can do is send them for the job. And therefore, we have to get serious about these things. I remember, you know, a lot of the weight that these young people carry nowadays, a lot of our children are also exposed to grief. We did a study a couple of years ago when we had all the violence going on inside of the schools, and it showed that there were a number of young people who were dealing with issues of persons who they had seen either gunned down within their communities. They are familiar with victims of violent crimes. And in turn, they never get the opportunity to deal with the emotion that takes them over as a result of losing loved ones. Because we also have a phenomenon in very close-knit communities where the children and the adults are in the same place when somebody gets killed and discussing all of these issues as though, you know, they are big adults. We have a serious phenomenon where people do not anymore separate what should be conversations for little children and what should be conversations for big hardback adults. And I appeal to parents, you know, this is not about blame. I appeal to parents that if you don't know what to do, you need to put up your hand and find somebody who can assist in helping you with your children and helping you to be better parents. This is not about blaming anybody for raising children that come before the criminal justice system, Mr. Speaker. Because with all of the best intentions, sometimes children just sometimes end up deviant. That's just a fact of life. But we can't disregard the statistics of what we are seeing either. That a number of the children who get kicked out of school, a number of the children who we know have challenges within the system with reading and writing and literacy, that many of those children end up being the same children who are before the criminal courts. And who the subject of this legislation today is also intended to deal with. And therefore, we have to see this thing in a holistic way. This cannot be seen in a vacuum. The interest of justice under this legislation is a critical part of what we are doing today. Interest of justice is the justice for the accused, but it is also for the people who survive. It is also for the people who are in communities who are impacted by violent crimes. And we cannot pretend any longer that this is not impacting this entire country and people across our communities, Mr. Speaker. No matter which community I go into, the issue of violent crime is on the tips of people's tongues. The issue of guns is on the tips of people's tongues. I believe if you live by the sword, you can die by the sword. But what I don't believe is that if you have lived a good life and you have done all you have done to raise your children within your community, your children should not be dying by the sword. What comes home to me on many occasions is that I heard the honourable member say that this is not close to our heart and this is not anything that any of us in here are affected by. But I know that he is not a man that goes into the communities the way I do. So I can only speak for myself. I get nervous, Mr. Speaker, about the fact that I journey into my communities in a very free way. I always have. I've grown up in them. So I feel as though I am at home. I can park my car anywhere in St. Michael's Southeast and get up and walk and go and open somebody's door and go in. But in each of the places where there has been gun violence in recent times are all places that this minister, that this representative does go. All areas where I stand up, I go in line by the parks, I go in line outside people's houses, I go in the same people's houses. And you know what gets chilling? Is that I don't want it to be a politician that get killed for people to wake up and realize that we gotta take action. I don't want it to be any of us who loses a child by gun violence that all of a sudden makes everybody realize that we gotta do something and act quickly. Because we are losing the lives of innocent people, the people that we represent. And it therefore means that if we're losing the lives of the people we represent, if you're a good representative, at any point it could be your life. Because a lot of these young people do not care who is in the vicinity of the bullet. They do not care. You could have raised them or not raised them. You could have looked out for them when they were young. It don't matter. When they come with the gun into a community, they're shooting at whoever is there. And there are just too many unintended victims that are the result of these types of acts, Mr. Speaker. I support this legislation. I support the fact that the legislation gives the guidance to not only the accused, but certainly gives clarity and certainly gives the judges the opportunity to give reasons for their decision. That is important. I am not minded to agree with the Honourable Member for Christchurch South that this is apartheid law. You know, I sat here and I laughed because, I mean, it is such a desperate attempt to get a headline. And it is unfortunate coming from somebody of such standing that you would trivialize the attempts by this administration to look to other jurisdictions where they have had to deal with violent crimes and deal with rising statistics amongst young people falling victim to senseless killings, to be able to introduce legislation that can not only balance the rights of the accused, but also give some comfort to societies and communities that you're doing something to bring some sense of normalcy back to life as we used to know it. This is not an apartheid law, and I want to make that abundantly clear. Those who understand what Nelson Mandela went through and what, when he came out of prison, he made the point that South Africa could never be a place anymore where you have discrimination of persons. And South Africa, I believe, was even one of the first places to make sure that, you know, people were not discriminated on the basis of homosexuality and gender, because they understood what those things do. They have strived to try to bring balance to a society that created an imbalance where people could not, because of the color of their skin, be entitled to certain basic human rights. And the Honourable Leader of the Opposition wants to trivialize the reference to the South African legislation as though we just pick it up from somewhere on the streets and pull it together and said, here, to the people of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, it is disgusting. And I really, you know, the true, you know, he talked about gangs and anti-gang legislation. Mr. Speaker, I'll speak a little bit about that quickly. Because I have listened to the solutions offered up by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. And they're not much different from what the previous administration used to recommend, you know. You know, people accuse the Prime Minister, they accuse myself and others on this side of mixing with all kinds of people. Well, I'm gonna mix with them till the day I dead. Because it is the only way to save a generation of people from themselves sometimes. To be there, to be leadership within communities where there is no leadership, sir. And I will never stop being true to myself or encouraging any of my colleagues to be true to themselves in being able to lift up people from where they are and show them positive role models within communities. I will never stop doing it. But he is speaking of a tone where, you know, you go after people, or you go after people who associate with people who are involved in criminal activity. Forgetting that even within his own bosom, he got some of the same people doing the same thing. So I don't quite understand. The former leadership of the Democratic Labour Party mixed with everybody. But all of a sudden, no, it is not good for the Barbados Labour Party members to mix with all of the people that it represents, every demographic. Because you mix does not mean you condone. Sometimes you are able to turn people around and the decisions that they are intending to make because of the interventions that you make and the way that you try to get into their heads to understand why they think and why they do the things that they do, sir. Doesn't make me a criminal. Doesn't make any of us a criminal. But sometimes the reasoned conversation makes the difference in helping people to determine whether they do right or whether they do wrong. And I will never stop the mixing with people. I don't care what they have done, sir. I will mix with them if it means that I can get a better Barbados and a better community out of what I live in and the only place that I know. But what we must never do is be reactive. So he talks about anti-gang legislation. You know, the only gangs that I know about right now exist within the Democratic Labour Party. Because they got about 10 gangs inside the Democratic Labour Party vying for the leadership of the political party. I'm getting all kinds of messages coming to my phone of all kinds of rife and strife going on across on the other side, sir. You need to understand where the true gangs are. We are doing what we can to deal with criminal activity in this country, and we are not trivializing it. The Democratic Labour Party and its leadership needs to do the same. You do not set examples by the type of behavior being exhibited in the halls of Parliament. You do not set examples by people trying to break locks and climb through windows and put people in court. That's not how you lead, sir. You lead by example. You lead by doing the programs and doing the things and strengthening the laws to be able to make sure that people can breathe a little easier. You can't solve everything. But it is these types of attempts that we are making, and I hope that the public understands what we are doing here today and does not get distracted by the leader of the opposition, who seeks only to distract. Up to now, I still don't know whether he has supported or objected. I know he's not here and he probably will not vote on this particular legislation. And it is clear to me that he clearly does not even understand the procedure in relation to when it comes to the vote. But so long as I am in this place, Mr. Speaker, I want to make it clear there is a procedure. I sat on the other side and I was disgusted by the way in which the leadership of the then administration spoke to each other. And I am continuing today to be disgusted by the way in which the leadership of the Democratic Labour Party is attempting to speak to us. And it would seem even to some of the women within the Democratic Labour Party, because there's another letter circulating about that as well. But we are here to ensure that incidents like what happened with the campus trends and others do not repeat itself, where the public does not question whether we are serious or whether the courts are serious about justice. Justice must be seen to be done. And I don't want to experience another crop over where two feet away from where we are linemen, Prime Minister, all of us are linemen. Somebody gets gunned down. Crop over day, a day that is supposed to be enjoyment and revelry and a celebration of our emancipation and the cutting of canes. And people trying to kill each other, sir. I don't want to live in that Barbados. And I don't want to be living in a Barbados where I feel that we cannot make a difference by being able to bring on to strengthen legislation. If the matter gets struck down, again, at least this administration has shown that it is prepared to do something in the interim to combat crime. You heard the Honourable Attorney General. People will bring constitutional motions from time to time. That is their right. But this government has a right as well to protect the people of this country and to make sure that we put the interventions in place and the laws in place that people may think twice about what they are going to do, sir. That is what this legislation is about. And I therefore urge, unlike the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, that people read the legislation and understand it. Because it must not be that it is easy to get bail in this country. If you believe you're entitled to bail, you must be able to show why you should get bail. It is that simple. And it should not be a situation where this now turns that we are going after the accused. As I said from the outset, there are victims and communities that are equally suffering that we need to appreciate and understand that justice has to be done in relation to those individuals as well. You can't bring back anybody when they're gone, but you can certainly correct the hands of time in terms of what has transpired prior to this legislation being passed. I hope that in the other place, Mr. Speaker, as I close, that what I've heard over the last few days in terms of notice being given in relation to this legislation does not become a major issue. I hope that people are reasoned in the positions that they take in relation to this legislation. For those who don't represent communities, you may not understand what each of us who represent ordinary people are facing and what we are seeing. For those who don't go before the criminal courts, you may never have collided with it. But I ask you to trust us that in bringing this legislation in such an urgent way, Prime Minister only spoke about this a few weeks ago, the Attorney General and the drafters have worked through the night to be able to get this legislation before this chamber. The notice that was given is not particularly unusual. We've told the other side, both written to the leader of the opposition, informed him what we intended to do today in all its stages. The Honourable leader in the other place did the exact same thing. Communicated with the independent senators, government senators, and opposition senators, and indicated that while it had not passed the House, that it would be debated in all its stages once it passed in this place today, sir. There is nothing untoward. There may be newcomers to the House of Parliament, but I can tell them when I sat in the other place, you must always be prepared to debate legislation on the order paper. And when the courtesy is given to you as a member of the opposition to be told that a bill is to be debated, you just need to go and read it and put your views on the table. But what we cannot do is send mixed messages that we want the government to be tough on crime, we want the police to be able to get out there and do their job, but at the same time that we owe in a nine. We ensure we one foot in and one foot out. We can't send mixed messages to the electorate. Mr. Speaker, I think I have said enough in terms of a different perspective. As I said, I don't intend to do more than to support this legislation and to give a different perspective than what I think was exhibited by the leader of the opposition today. From a perspective where I spend a lot of time on the ground, a lot more than he does, sir, and therefore my collision with the realities of what is happening is completely different. I want to applaud the Honourable Attorney General and the drafters for the efforts made in the shortest space of time to be able to turn this around. If there are imperfections, we are an administration that is very quick to correct whatever it is that is highlighted. So I don't think if there's problems on this occasion, we can correct them. But the one thing we will not do is to back down from a position which gives comfort to a number of households across Barbados that this administration is doing its level best to be able to combat criminal activity in this country. I'm obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to add my voice to the debate on this bill before the Honourable Chamber, the bail bill. This morning's proceedings I found initially interesting, then disturbing. Let me begin by saying that I made this intervention in the name of somebody who I grew up knowing, who I've had many conversations with, who was close to my sister, myself, whose mother was very close to my mother, and who lost his life attempting to stop a robbery from taking place just about 30 or 40 meters from my house. I made this intervention in the name of Newton Lewis. Every citizen, Mr. Speaker, has the right to be able to live in a safe environment. Every citizen, every resident, not just every citizen, but every resident of a country must be able to go about his or her business, believing that when they leave home, they'll get back home safely, believing that they're not going to be victim of a stray bullet. And I'll say to you that on the night, that Saturday night, etched in my mind, I heard the gunshots, and then I heard the screaming. On that Saturday night, the place where I grew up had a bullet hole through the glass. A resident of a country ought not to be living in fear. The role of a government is to create the environment that allows its citizens to be able to live, to be able to recreate, to be able to develop themselves in a space that they feel is secure, in a space that is conducive to social interaction, conducive to mental peace, tranquility when that is required. A government's role is to ensure that a society does not descend into anarchy. And a government does that by developing policy, and out of that policy, developing legislation, enacting legislation that allows for the good governance of a country, that allows for people to operate safely in a country. And every intervention I make in this honorable chamber, Mr. Speaker, I have used and will continue to use this matter of people-centeredness, because that's what this government is about. This government views human beings as people. And in this regard, we're talking about people who need to be protected. Now, we refer to rights, and there's all kinds of discussion. But I say to you, Mr. Speaker, that this government will not step back from its obligation to ensure that all persons living on this rock can live in a safe environment. We will not step back. If it is that we are challenged, we will do what we have done today. We will sit, caucus, consult, and determine how we will move forward with maybe an amended approach, a different approach, but all with the view and with the aim of ensuring that our societies are safe. Crime has many, many impacts on people and on societies. There are physical impacts. Newton lost his life. People lose limbs. People lose some of their senses. And by senses, I'm talking about the 5 senses. I'm not referring to what some people believe has happened to the now leader, honorable leader of the opposition. I'm talking about the 5 senses. It causes physical impacts. There is also, Mr. Speaker, these psychological impacts. My daughter tells me that stress is a killer. The fear of crime produces stress. Not just crime, but the fear of crime produces stress. This government understands that. That is why we are here today. That is why we are debating this bill in this honorable chamber today. And that is why we are going to go through it in all of its stages today. Because we understand that crime and the fear of crime produces a stress that negatively and in a lot of cases severely impacts members of the population. We are also aware, Mr. Speaker, that there are social impacts. So I'm not going to trivialize the conversation by talking about people driving the long way. But there are social implications. Some people don't feel like going into certain places because of the fear of crime. People not congregating in the same way because of the fear of crime. These are real, and Mr. Speaker, these are recognized by us in government. We interact with people. We sometimes ourselves may suffer some of these impacts. We are aware. That is why we are here. That is why we're debating this bill today. And that is why we'll go through it in all of its stages today, because we are concerned about the people of this country. There are also, Mr. Speaker, and I think the Honourable Member for St. Joseph touched on this, there are economic impacts of crime, and there are economic impacts of the fear of crime. These are not to be overlooked. They're not to be minimized. Investors include in their deliberation about where to put their funds. One of the considerations that they use is how stable a society is. If there is criminal activity, well, in all societies, there's criminal activity. I often remind good people. I think I had to share this with my father. My father, Mr. Speaker, did not believe in television. He thought it was the source of much evil. But even more than that, he thought it was the creator of a lot of laziness among people. But I had to share with him, when I had passed the age of getting the lashes that he would administer, that Cain did not watch any TV. He certainly had never seen anybody commit a crime. There was nothing on Instagram when he did his dastardly deed. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that, like the Bible says, the heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. You don't have to learn wickedness. It happens almost naturally. But some people go to the extreme. And I say to you that those who want to invest take crime into consideration, even though there's crime everywhere. Those who want to travel to our country, and we exist in a country that is dependent on tourism. The Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central will tell you that tourism pays the bills. People also make decisions on traveling based on crime, perceptions of crime, or fear of crime. Even though where some of our visitors come from, there's a rampant crime. But we understand that a person who leaves home to go on holiday sometimes is leaving home to get away from the situation that they're spending the next maybe 50 weeks, or 49 weeks, or 51 weeks in. And so these things we understand impact. Mr. Speaker, because we are clear as to how crime, perceptions of crime, and the fear of crime impact, this Barbados Labour Party, in government and in opposition, has always been careful about how we speak publicly about crime. We do not, have not, and will not use crime to scaremonger, because we recognize that that may be good for a headline, but that headline goes back in a diplomatic pouch to a capital somewhere in the world. And that headline and the story that comes with it could end up with a travel advisory. And so, Mr. Speaker, I say to you, and I want to encourage George Street, in all of its confusion and contortion, not to use crime as a political tool, the implications are too significant for our country. We will never run a campaign on crime and violence. We recognize these things as scourges that need to be addressed. That is why we're here today. And that is why we're debating this bill today. We came into government, Mr. Speaker, and you've heard this repeated a number of times. My colleague from Christchurch East spoke about reading the standing orders. I read them too, and I know it speaks to repetition. But I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, and I have to crave your indulgence. I have to hope you do not put the marshals on standby for me. But I have to say, even in defiance of the standing orders, I have to repeat in this honorable chamber that we came to office and found out that there were no scanners working. The public has to remember that the same people who are talking about all the crime that is going on in the country, who make it seem as though we are living in some place where that you can't step out of your house. They give the impression that there are angels come down from somewhere. They left government not just in economic shambles, because they did. They left government not just owing Barbadians millions and millions of dollars. We call it adverse financing. They left government not just after 23 downgrades, but they left government unattended at our ports of entry. They left government without functioning scanners. And containers are coming into this country, barrels are coming into this country every day. But they believe that they can not have functioning scanners at the port. And then we'll want to wonder, how come there's so many guns? How come there's so much ammunition? The Democratic Labour Party bears much of the responsibility for where we are today. But this Barbados Labour Party does not spend all of its time focusing on the disaster that is the Democratic Labour Party. We know that we have to take action to address any problem that we confront in this country. Crime is but one of those issues. We've had to deal with sewerage on the street, where people could not commit some crimes because they got to make sure they don't walk in jobby. We've had to deal with the issues, so there are no scanners functioning at the port. There are no scanners functioning at the port. We came in, we found two judges in the criminal court. I almost said two criminal judges, but my English teachers at secondary school would have chastised me for that. We found two judges operating in the criminal courts. That is what we found. There is crime, and a party that came into government some time ago on a platform of crime and violence left government, voted out as they were by the people of this country, left government with two judges operating in the criminal courts. And Barbadians wonder why there's a pileup of cases. Two judges. We now have 8. Mr. Speaker, that is a fourfold increase. A fourfold increase in the number of judges in the criminal courts. The Barbados Labour Party in government has functioning scanners, has 8 judges in the criminal court instead of 2, while in a program with the International Monetary Fund. That is the importance that we place on matters that affect our people. That is how we govern, Mr. Speaker. It is called people-centered governance. I heard the Honourable Member for Christchurch South today speak about the Barbados Police Service. I think it is a horrible thing to try to use what is happening in Barbados today to get the votes of decent, patriotic, committed members of the Barbados Police Service. I don't think decent people go in that direction. I have to say to you, Mr. Speaker, that we came into office and found a demoralized then Royal Barbados Police Force. We came into office, Mr. Speaker, after the last government appointed someone who felt aggrieved while in the service, while in the force, appointed that person to be in a position to make decisions that affected the leadership of the Royal Barbados Police Force. Now, Mr. Speaker, if that is not terrible governance, then I do not know what is. But the Royal Barbados Police Force at that time suffered the consequences of having an aggrieved person now in a position to be able to make or annul decisions made by the leadership of the Royal Barbados Police Force. That is what we came into office to find. And we have tried our best to put policies in place to address the organization so that we raise the morale of the members, hard-working members of the No Barbados Police Service. We believe that the officers who have committed themselves to reassure and to serve and to protect need our support. And Mr. Speaker, this government has been giving them our support. I said on Brass Tacks just maybe 3 weeks ago that one of those interventions has been to address the matter of affordable housing for persons, including members of the Barbados Police Service. That is not the panacea, but that is just one example of what this government has been doing for members of the Barbados Police Service. And we continue to recognize their importance in the process of restoring order and safety to this country. We came into office and found, I mentioned 23 downgrades, a contracting economy, and I will say to you, Mr. Speaker, what you already know as a trained and certified social worker, that criminal activity has causes. There are causes for much of the criminal activity. And one of those causes is unemployment. We came into office after a government that ran us almost into the ground had suffered 23 downgrades, where businesses were moving their headquarters, where unemployment was rising, where the leader of the country said that in spite of those downgrades, nobody can downgrade Barbados. A level of silliness or ignorance, maybe it was ignorance rather than silliness, a level of ignorance that I had not seen for a long time before that. Because with every downgrade, Mr. Speaker, the risk, and this is now not security risk, this is business risk. With every downgrade, the business risk associated with that downgrade manifests itself in increased interest rates. So that with all the downgrades that Barbados had suffered, that our economy has suffered, the interest rates that businesses have to pay as they engage with banks goes up. Because when the banks assess risk, it is not just the business plan that the business provides to the bank. Part of the risk is also national risk, national economic risk, and downgrades increases those risks. And so we had businesses leaving Barbados. I remember somebody saying that there was a business across from Woolworth. It sold hamburgers. I'm struggling to remember its name. Beefeater. I remember people saying that Beefeater went through all kinds of challenges, all kinds of economic hardships, but could not survive the Democratic Labour Party. Businesses were closing, and there was no pandemic. The increase in unemployment bears a relationship to criminal activity. The Democratic Labour Party presided over the near destruction of this economy, and so played a part in the increase in crime and violence in this country. The Barbados Labour Party came into office, and in spite of a pandemic, we see growth and we see significant decrease in unemployment. Mr. Speaker, that is what good governance looks like. That is what governance that recognizes relationship between the economic and the social, between the economic and the psychological. That is what a mature government looks like. That is what governance is all about. Mr. Speaker, the bill, that we debate in this honorable chamber today is one of those policy interventions intended to address, and I was tempted to say arrest, but I'll say address. It is one of the policy interventions intended to address the matter of crime in this country. The Barbados Labour Party in government recognizes that a Bail Act cannot be the panacea. It cannot be all that is required. But, Mr. Speaker, there is no one policy intervention that will represent all that is required. The addressing of crime and criminal activity in a country requires an all-of-country approach, but it also requires multiple policy interventions. And I support this bill because it is a significant policy intervention. It is a needed policy intervention. I will not repeat all that you have heard already about those who commit crime, very serious crime, go out on bail, and commit another one, and I don't want to rehash that. This Barbados Labour Party in its approach to interventions to address the development of our society. And addressing crime is one component of addressing the development of a society. We recognize and are putting policies in place to address, for example, parental training. We recognize that that is important. The Honourable Member for St. Michael's Southeast spoke to homes and households and the environment within which children are growing up. The Honourable Member for St. Philip West will likely tell you that what she has heard from teachers, I guess I hear it because I have spent almost all of my life in a house that had teachers in it. And many of them will tell you that you will get children to a certain point, and then there is school vacation, there's vacation, and when the children return to school, you wonder what happened over the 2 or 3 or 8 weeks. It seems as though all of it has been reversed. There is need for strengthening in the homes, the strengthening the capacity of parents. And while that may not ordinarily be seen as something that a government should get involved with, I'm not sure if intuitively it feels as though government should get involved with that. But this Barbados Labour Party government is not going to shy away from any intervention that we believe will help, both at the level of criminal activity, but also in developing our society more generally. We will get involved with any and every intervention that will assist. The matter of building capacity of third sector organizations. Third sector organizations have a role in this addressing of the issue. Many of them are already involved in addressing issues of building social capital and addressing matters that relate to violence and relate to criminal activity. We have been building that capacity. We've had many workshops since we've come to office, building these organizations, workshops on governance, seminars on proposal writing, on how to keep their accounts. And so we are building that capacity for third sector organizations. We recognize that third sector organizations are critical partners if we are going to be successful in addressing the matter of criminal activity and the resulting fear of crime. We've also been involved in building communities. We've been working to have communities come together to establish more groups. We have been encouraging older persons who've gone through the process, to come back to communities, to represent the seniors, to mentor young people, to be involved in cricket clubs like they used to be. All of these are things, Mr. Speaker, that we've been doing, both from the policy level, but also from our direct intervention as we speak to our constituents. We've had a number of youth interventions. I remember the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central and the Building Blocks program. I've always remembered that, and those kinds of interventions are critical. And I also remember when he was the Minister of Youth, the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps, because we recognized that the youth service needed to be an evolution, because society was changing, and the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps was developed. All of us were pleased as punch, as they say, when we saw them on Independence Day. The discipline, Mr. Speaker, the discipline that we saw, the uniformity, you could see and sense the impact of this program on the young people of this country. That is what this Barbados Labour Party in government has been doing. We've established the the Job Start Plus program. And that Job Start Plus, we have engaged and we have now trained or exposed hundreds of young people between 16 and 24 to World of Work training. We've been able to place some of them in businesses so that they can get the 12 months experience that the program is intended to give them. All of these represent this government's understanding of intervening to make sure that we reduce the numbers who get into criminal activity. I also want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that all of us need to be involved with as it relates to addressing the problem. I spoke earlier about a whole of country approach, and I return to this only because I need to build on something the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast said. And I'm saying this through you, Mr. Speaker, to Barbadians. We've gotten to the point where many adults are scared to speak to children that they do not know. There's a reason for that. Many adults have been, as we would say in our parlance, cursed poisonously. Now, in more recent times, by the same children. But in the not too distant past, cursed poisonously by the parents of some of those children that some adults have tried to intervene with. And so there is a little bit of trepidation on the part of some adults to get involved, to say something. I have made a decision for me. I want to encourage others to make the same decision. We are going to have to look past the cussing and do what is our duty. When we see people going in the direction we believe is the wrong direction, we have to say something. We have, even if we get cussed, we still have to do it. We have to. We owe it, we owe it to our country. We owe it to those children. We have to intervene. It is our duty. I want to end, Mr. Speaker, saying a little bit about the role of faith in all of this. Part of my ministerial portfolio is religious affairs, ecclesiastical affairs. That is part of my ministerial portfolio. But it is also part of my personal portfolio, if I may use that term. Our Prime Minister, not too long ago, as she called for a weekend of prayer and reflection, and then for a pause on the Saturday, spoke to the fact that many of our young people are demonstrating a lack of grounding. Many of our young people are demonstrating that values have not been inculcated. In traditional Barbados, many of those values were inculcated in places of worship, places of prayer. I know you would know that, Mr. Speaker. I attended an exhibition yesterday evening, your denomination, and it was guided by your priest.
Reverend Ellis.
Exactly. A nice lady. I was trying to think of if I had something to complain to her about in terms of you, but nothing came to mind.
Honourable, is a good thing
Yes.
It's a very good thing you found nothing.
I found nothing. I found
Because
nothing.
it might have served to your detriment when you come in this honorable
When I
chamber.
came, yes. You may have cut me by now.
That is correct.
Right.
I remember.
But the Honourable Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, made a call for parents, and this is a call for parents, not a call to children, for parents to ensure that their children receive the grounding that some of them are the beneficiaries, some of those parents were the beneficiaries of. To send their children to places where they can get that grounding in good values. Sabbath school, Sunday school, meetings at mosques, wherever faith communities meet, we encourage parents, guardians, grandparents, allow your children to attend. Ensure that your children or grandchildren attend. That grounding will serve them in good stead. That grounding will also serve the wider community in good stead. There is a role for faith in addressing this matter. And so when the Prime Minister called for that weekend, it was not called whimsically. It was called understanding that Barbados' development over the years has been balanced, has been decent because of the role of faith, the role that faith-based organizations played in the development of this country. I will use this opportunity to call on the Ministry of Youth to consider partnering with faith-based organizations in relation to what happens during the summer vacation. We have inherited and continued, even though in a different form, these summer camps. I believe that there is room, much room, for a partnership between the Ministry of Youth and those who are responsible for camps and places of faith with respect to what is traditionally called Vacation Bible School. And I believe that small subventions, small amounts, given to those organizations to support the provision of snacks or workbooks would in my view, in my maybe biased view, I believe it will reap a greater reward than some of the summer camps. And I'm calling on the Ministry of Youth to partner with faith-based organizations to make sure that we can have vacation Bible schools that are not just for 1 week or 2 weeks, but that can last 6 or 7 or 8 weeks. Our children need grounding, and faith-based organizations are perfectly positioned to offer that grounding, that establishment of values. I also, the faith-based organizations have also volunteered, and I'm really calling because this is now taking too long. We want the Ministry of Education to accept the offer by leaders of faith-based organizations to assist with counseling. Our children need it. We do not have enough counselors in our schools to address all the needs. Our children have significant needs. Mr. Speaker, maybe a couple of years ago, had a conversation with my older daughter. Now she and her boyfriend have a NGO, Let's Unpack It, that speaks to mental health in terms of young people. And I said to her, maybe not really understanding maybe what I was saying. I said to her, well, when I was at school, I don't know that we had all these issues. But you know, she sat me down and talked me through a whole lot of stuff that caused me to understand that young people today are facing significant issues. And then she shares statistics that speak to suicides and suicidal ideation and a whole raft of things that suggest that our young people are, if they're not in crisis, are close to crisis. When we get offers of assistance, we have to do whatever is necessary. All these safeguards need to be put in place, but we need to put ourselves in a position where we can take advantage of the offer. The offer from faith-based organizations to assist in schools, as far as I'm aware, remains. Those leaders, those who are suitably qualified, and once they're vetted, are ready to assist. This country and our school system needs them. Mr. Speaker, Newton Lewis was a resident of Rose Hill. Newton Lewis was a member of the Barbados Police Service. He was a station sergeant. He was also a person of faith who actually led out in his congregation, sometimes in the whim. He died tragically, as I said at the beginning of my intervention. I've made this intervention in his name because, Mr. Speaker, Newton Lewis's life and his death attempting to foil criminal activity must not be in vain. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. Philip West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, while bail, which is the crux of the matter being debated with this bail bill, while it relates directly to a person charged with a crime, particular type of crime using weapons, while this bill relates to that particular type of situation, the truth is that the matter of crime, it affects us all. It affects us in our homes. It affects us in our communities. It affects us at work. And sir, yes, it does affect us at school. And even, Mr. Speaker, when we are not the direct victim of a crime, or we're not in proximity to it. Proximity, sir, mean it didn't happen in our backyard. It didn't happen to someone close to us or someone we knew personally. Regardless, sir, it affects us all. It plays with our heads, sir. And it plays with our heads not just as individuals, but it plays with the psyche of a country where people start to figure out what next, who next. Will it be me? How close will it get to me? And sir, the situation of crime in this country has certainly changed our culture, you know. It has changed our culture, sir. You will remember there was a time when you would stop and give somebody a lift, either when the rain is falling or just because you knew them, you grew up with them, or even in the evening you're coming home. The situation of crime has changed that part of our culture where you think twice. There was a time somebody would give you a package and ask you to deliver it for someone and you wouldn't think twice. Nowadays, sir, you think twice. Or you say, don't give anything to me closed, open it up, let me see what is in it first. There is so many ways in which we have been affected as a country, psychologically, by crime. that it has changed our way in which we are kind to each other, the way in which we relate to each other. And we are slowly seeing people saying, what happened to this country? What we're really seeing is that the social culture is beginning to change. And sir, I will say to you that this year, 2024, has been a killer year. You heard our Attorney General say earlier there are about 26 homicides in just this first part of the year already. And perhaps when we compare this number to some of our neighboring countries, some might say that is a drop in the bucket. But for Barbadians who are not accustomed to some of these numbers, it is really and truly a flood of death. And knowing, sir, that someone who was charged with a serious crime using particular types of weapons, that they're roaming freely among us, it certainly makes people feel unsafe and a little bit anxious. But sir, we are also seeing in our schools some brazen young people who, when they're confronted about their behavior as it relates to weapons, they just shrug it off. Sir, they shrug it off because the attitude is, nothing will happen to me. And sir, this morning, as I was speaking to some guidance counselors at our ministry's strategic planning retreat, some counselors, you know, they were telling me that this is a very real thing and it is growing in its intensity. They say many of our young people whom they are encountering are becoming emboldened, they're feeling powerful because their experience is seeing for themselves. Nobody's telling them, they're seeing for themselves. Family members, they're seeing their friends, they're seeing people who live in their neighborhood with whom they grew up. They're seeing them charged for doing a shooting or charged for killing someone. Of course, you're innocent till proven guilty. But they are seeing these people still walking about among them, going to buy a food, driving up in a decent ride, and still with some wads of money. In the minds of these young people, well, he or she went and did that, and nothing happened to them. So in their minds, nothing will happen to me. And they are becoming desensitized to serious consequences for serious behavior. That is what the guidance counselors, that is what the social workers are telling us is continuing to be an attitude that we cannot continue to support. Now, this bill, it not only speaks of the legal and the law-related aspects as it relates to bail, it talks about the message that we are sending our young people about consequences. And sir, I will say to you that our children bring to school what they learn at home and in their communities. And what they're learning is not only coming from what they're being openly told, but what they're actually witnessing as people who are doing some dastardly deeds, or accused, I should say, accused of doing dastardly deeds with weapons, that they're coming out and there's no big deal. There's a wall of silence that I'm being told too, sir, that our guidance counselors and our social work, they're saying the wall of silence is something that those same students, particularly those confronted for behavioral challenges, when it comes to them bringing things into the school that they should not be bringing. Sir, I'm not going to repeat some of the things because this is a all-family discussion. But I think you know, sir, some of the things that they're bringing into school that they ought not to be bringing into school, sir. And when asked a question about why that, where you got that from, who did this, that wall of silence is there, where they're not telling you who, for self-preservation. Because as you heard the member from St. Philip, from St. Michael, Southeast, I believe, say, snitches get stitches. And that is a culture that is also coming into the school. There is the revenge mentality, sir. There is no more walking away. Let us try to talk this out and work this through. It is you do me this or you did my brother this out there. I will catch you when you get to school. And sir, it is a threat that is very real. And sir, as we look at what we are observing in our schools, right here in Barbados, what we are seeing is that there is a linkage between those students who are presenting with behavioral challenges. There are also, in many cases, the same students who are presenting with academic challenges. I wouldn't say one is a causal relationship, but I would say that they're definitely connected and correlated. And there are studies, sir, that speak to the fact that individuals with a higher quality of education are less likely to engage in criminal activity, which of course then lead to their having a need for bail. And that those same students, individuals with that higher quality of education, are more likely to secure stable employment and contribute positively to the society. So when our young people who are deprived of what they would consider to be a quality education and what we would consider to be a quality education, when they are deprived of that opportunity, we should not be surprised that they become more susceptible to negative influences for criminal behavior, as they, of course, try to find means to cope with their circumstances and fill the void of lack of opportunity that is there when there's lack of education. May I say, Mr. Speaker, that the impact of education we have found is not just on the individual level, but all kinds of research have shown us that it also impacts at a community level. That when the level of education and the quality of that education is higher in certain communities, the crime rates in those communities tend to be lesser. And so Barbados, sir, in investing in education transformation, it is also a matter of not just us uplifting individuals and the futures of our communities. It is also has to be part of a strategy for us to reduce the risk of criminal behavior. Sir, you heard other members speak about the role of education in terms of helping us to manage the crime situation. Sir, I say that for too long we have allowed our education system to focus more on qualifications than on the quality of the person. And so part of what we are seeking to do with education transformation is not only, sir, prepare the children for the real work of the real world of jobs and of work, but for the real world of citizenship. That is, how do you behave as a contributing member of society? But also that we also prepare them for their social and emotional well-being, meaning that they're able to manage conflict, they know how to walk away or to negotiate their way out of a situation, that they can rise above the revenge culture that is developing. And our ministry has certainly sought to say that before they get to the point where they meet the justice system, we want to ensure that we are building up the resources in the schools through our student support services unit with additional school counselors, additional social workers, and we have certainly sought to do so. And I want to thank the member from St. Peter who has introduced us to a number of persons from the faith-based community who are willing to work alongside these increased numbers of counselors and social workers to provide the additional support, because we cannot have enough support for this increasing incidence of behavioral challenges that we are seeing in schools. And sir, I want through you to share that one of the things we were to do as a ministry was to make sure that we have agreed on the criteria for qualifying people to come into the school system to support us as counselors. Because we cannot just let in every and anybody who said, I am a counselor, but we have now settled on what that criteria to qualify them to do that should be. And so, through you, the member from St. Peter should be hearing from us very shortly with regards to how do we move forward in that vein. And I think that as we do so, as we increase the level of support to our students in schools and to our teachers too, because we are finding that teachers who have had encounters with persons who are affiliated with some of those who may have received bail for various activities related to crime and accused of killing others, that when teachers have had to interact, they too have been scared. And so some of the counseling has not only been for the students, but for the teachers. We, as a ministry, have also been working with our welfare department, our child care department, and others to do what we can to provide additional support. We have been training our teachers in positive behavioral management. And this in 2023, and again this year in 2024, a number of students have been referred to the special program that we have for students who have presented with behavioral challenges. And our guidance counselors have said we need to work specifically with those. And so there are, this year, many of them going through a special program. Sir, so often we hear about the boys. But what we are also seeing in our school are girls who are, in some cases, speaking as if they're in competition with the boys in terms of, I can do badness better than you. And so it is not just the boys that we are seeing that incidence of manifesting behavior that we know can be a gateway to other types of crime that can put people before the courts needing bail. But it is the girls. And the programs for boys and girls do not necessarily have to be the same program because they process in a very different way, some of them. And so we are continuing to put programs in place that don't only speak to what we can do with the young men, but also what needs to work for young women. Mr. Speaker, we can all look and say what is happening with crime in this country, and we can point to government and the courts and the police and any number of others who need to be a part of the solution that we need for criminal activity in this country. But sir, I wish through you to encourage us all to look at what is our own personal responsibility. We can always look at who else needs to do what. But sir, I know that my responsibility as a parent is to guide my child in the best way I can to keep her away from a life of crime. Sir, as part of the legislative arm of this government, my personal responsibility too is to work towards the passing of laws that will allow us to balance the rights of the individuals with that of what's in the best interest of the public. As a minister, in my ministry, part of my responsibility is to educate for opportunity, not just for qualifications, but in terms of building the quality of the person so that they can participate actively in the real world as we see it now, and constructively so. And as a Bajan, my personal responsibility, I see, sir, is that of if I see someone who I can say, come, that I have a responsibility to mentor and carry them along and show them a different way. I close, sir, by saying that nothing will happen with me. Cannot be only that in the minds of some of these young people who say nothing will happen with me because I see all these people coming out on bail after doing so many things, so I can do that too. We as a people don't have the luxury of saying nothing will happen with me, because should we permit this situation to continue and not be able to wrestle it to the ground, sir, something will happen with you and with me and with all the other yous and me's that are here in Barbados. And so I say, sir, personal responsibility, personal responsibility, personal responsibility. I thank you, sir, and I commend the Attorney General and those who have had an active part in bringing this bill to this honorable chamber. Thank you.
Honourable St. James South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to be able to join this debate to share some thoughts concerning what it is we need to do in order to wrestle to the ground this issue of crime. And I also rise to give full support to this bill because I see it as part of the legislation that we're seeking to use to reset our legal framework for our republic in order to reduce the subculture of crime, which is being enacted with impunity. And so it has had an impact on our populations. I come from a constituency that tends to be older, seniors who live on their own. And so it is scary for them when there is a loophole that can allow people who've committed crime to be back on the street and therefore open to committing more crimes. But for me, one of the more challenging and scarier aspects is the fact that there's some holes in our social framework, there's some holes in our legal framework that we need to plug if we're going to properly address this issue. And so today, I am so pleased to be able to join hands with colleagues in support of the Attorney General and in support of this bill that will allow us to plug at least one of those holes today. Now, the history of our penal system, sir, is that it never was focused on helping to make the individual better. It really was about keeping that individual away from the society. It didn't matter what really happened to the person who committed the crime. And so eventually our penal system became a part of a manufacturing operation that helped to produce hardened criminals. These hardened criminals would return to the society and they would incubate new criminals. And so we found ourselves in a situation where we have to come with programs and interventions and laws that will help us to bring this to a halt. We cannot treat our penal system as just a place, a waste bin, where we put maladjusted persons. So we sweep them from the scene. They're never to be rehabilitated and never to be included in the vibrant life of this republic. And so, if we are going to bring change, it is necessary for us, just as we are modernizing our health system, modernizing our education system, we have to modernize our penal system and ensure that we are doing what is necessary for our legal system to help it to do what it needs to do, create opportunity for security and safety in the society, that people can get on with their lives. Now, one of the things I think that would be important for us if we are going to be able to change what is going on in our penal system is to appreciate the fact that when we send someone to prison, we cannot afford to do as we did in the past, to lag when it comes to building strong rehabilitation programs that would allow them to become more useful members of the society. By failing to do good rehabilitation, we render them unable to contribute meaningfully to their families, to their society, and to live a life that is able to bring them into some kind of life satisfaction. As a society, we've tended to be fairly punitive, and therefore we have tended to have this need to punish people forever. And what that does, when we create a situation where when a person comes out from prison, they cannot get reintegrated, what we do is engender a sense of desperation, which will help feed that recidivism. And that is not smart on our part. And why is it not smart? When we hold people in a holding pen forever, punishing them for that crime, we fail to acknowledge all the other impacts that emerge because of this person having committed a crime and being put in prison. I've heard stories of children whose parent, particularly their father, was sent to prison for a crime he committed. And the child started presenting in the school self-harming because the child could not cope with the challenge of having a parent being in jail and not being able to cope with all that that meant. And so the child was self-harming. On another occasion, there were children who, living that life, being in a family where crime and criminal behavior is normal, that children then feel that this is a part of how we behave in the society, and as was so ably shared by the Honourable Member for St. Philip West. Children then feel that this is what they are allowed to do. Teachers shared with me an incident where when they were speaking with and dealing with the child became angry and threatened that their father will come back to the school with his gun and deal with the teacher. Now imagine teachers living under that kind or working under that type of threat, that someone will come back, a parent will come back with a gun. And then there are the other issues that emerge when people become desperate or people begin to accept crime as a way of life. We've heard where people commit petty crimes, especially, Mr. Speaker, around Christmas time. They want to go back up into prison because at least they can look forward to the 3 or 4 square meals a day, because they're finding it really hard, a real struggle on the outside to cope. And so there are all these impacts and effects that occur when we are not dealing with our legal system and our penal system in such a way as to ensure that we are helping people to return to a good and normal life by helping them with their rehabilitation. And the Bible leads the way in showing us how do you deal with people who violate the societal norms and rules. It says, let him that stole steal no more, but rather let them labor with their hands to produce the things which are good. if we had to interpret that scripture says that rehabilitation has to be the way in which we deal with crime. And therefore, this will help us to be able to restore people to good citizenship and good citizenship behaviors. In Australia, they have taken a very strong position that incarceration cannot only be about punishment. What they have done is that they have started to focus on rehabilitation as the reason why you are incarcerated. And so they've put in place a number of programs focused on helping the prisoner to readjust, coaching, counseling, providing skills training. These are the things that they have sought to do so that what emerges at the end of a prison sentence is a better person, a stronger person, a person who can fit better into the society. And so for us here in Barbados, not only have we put at the level of primary and secondary school the education transformation program and the supports that were outlined by the Honourable Member for St. Philip West, what we have sought to do at the tertiary level, we have sought to reach out to those who fell through the cracks of the old educational system and sought to establish a pathway by which they can re-engage their lives and live successfully. And this is going to be necessary for those who have been incarcerated. So what we've looked at is the need for remedial education. One of the statistics shared with us demonstrates that many of the persons who end up in prison are often challenged with their literacy and numeracy skills. Many of them may suffer from dyslexia, and therefore making available to the prison system some of those services which we have in the educational system to assist them with remedial learning, to assist them with special needs, will go a long way in helping us to rehabilitate those who have run up against the law. Along with that, I would want to recommend that we look at offering civic and social skills training, personality and skills development programs, conflict resolution, anger management, negotiation skills, and importantly, coaching and counseling to help with healing the emotional wounds, the traumas that they've experienced in their lives, so that we can help them reposition themselves in the society and reposition themselves to be useful people in our Barbados. Now, the job of tackling crime is not, as was said earlier by a number of speakers, is not the purview of one sector of this community. It is a whole of country approach. It is going to require everyone, whether it is business, family, the church, NGOs, the government in all its various forms. This is going to be absolutely necessary, but it is not scattershotting. It's not each one of them doing their own thing, but rather what we need is a national plan, and each one can see what is the role that they can play, and we can rationalize resources, rationalize our plans, so that we are able to target the full force of the energy of the community to help us deal with the issue of crime. And Barbadians get it. Barbadians understand this. When we had the increase in crimes just these last few weeks, when you listen to the call-in programs, Barbadians demonstrated that they understand that this has to be addressed, and it's not just simply a police matter. This is a matter that all of us have to work on. And I want to salute them for that. Our private sector has also understood this. To their credit, they've recognized that they need to play a role. I was happy to hear the head of the Barbados private sector say on the media that they recognize that they have a role to play, and they've said to government, we are interested in working with you. Tell us what you need us to do. How can we support a program that will help us to tackle crime? And I was pleased to hear this, because two of the suggestions that were put was, do you need us to help with jobs? Do you need us to help with internships? Do you help us need with sponsorships? They listed a number of things. And I was pleased about that, because in the tertiary system, one of the challenges we have in giving people practical experience and shaping them to make them fit to work in enterprises, to get a job and then keep the job, Our problem has been getting opportunities for apprenticeship and internships that would allow them to be mentored in a work situation and that would allow them to become successful in a career. And this is going to be important. I want to encourage them to have those conversations with government, that we can look at what it is we need to do in order to be able to provide a pathway for people to be successful. The reason why I felt that it was important for the private sector to recognize the importance of playing their role is because crime affects them, and it affects them in a number of ways. When people retreat to their homes and don't go out and avoid mixing, then there's no spending, so consumption drops. When you have travel advisories, it impacts our tourism earnings. It impacts our investment attractiveness. But the continued growth of crime and the attitudes that fuel crime will contaminate your labor force. Eventually, your workplace will become difficult to manage as people with attitudes that do not conform to the values of our society then begin to manifest in the workplace. And that has already started to happen. And supervisors and managers have expressed concern, well, what quality of person are you putting out that we now we're dipping from a pool that is experiencing some level of contamination? And so this requires that we all work together, and I want to salute the private sector for so doing. What we are seeking to do in the tertiary education program, some time ago, there was an effort to start CVQs and MVQs in the prison, but it never really got off the ground. The program actually went into abeyance, and they never really got it going. What we've done this year, we've spoken with the various players at the tertiary level and said to them, look, we need to start putting together a program that would allow us to look at the possibility of certifying the technical training that is being offered at the prison, see how we could create certification around it, but then more importantly, as people are leaving prison, encouraging them to come to the tertiary education institutions, to BVTB, to SJPI, etc., to be able to acquire more certification that they can fit in to Barbados and have the opportunity to work or create their own job. And one of the things that I want to highlight that I think is an excellent example of what can be done in terms of rehabilitation. A number of ex-convicts coming out of prison finding themselves unable to get work, unable to provide for their families, but not wanting to go back to crime, decided to come together to start to learn about entrepreneurship. And so they had approached the Ministry of Energy and Business, and the co-op group worked with them to help form the Association of Reform-Minded Enterprises. And there's about 20 persons who are members of this. But this co-op is a co-op with a difference. It not only provides people with the opportunity to learn about entrepreneurship and to start a business, but they provide emotional support, coaching, and counseling for the members, so they do not feel alone. They feel that they're part of a family that is working together with them to help them to overcome the challenges that they've experienced because they do not wish to go back to crime. And I want to salute that Association of Reform-Minded Enterprises and the diligent work that is being done by its members. I also want to salute the ministry for working with them. They actually were able to find resources, sir, to be able to purchase a truck. And what they wanted to do with the truck was to get involved in the construction opportunities that were available. And so they've been able to get some. And as a result, the truck is able to pay for itself. So that type of success will help them to encourage other former inmates to recognize, yes, there is a way out, there is a way to get help, because they do not want to find themselves back in prison. And so this is important. I really want to salute them. Now, we said that all the players have to find a role to play in terms of handling and managing crime. And I shared about the private sector. But we also have a role to play for people to volunteer. And I believe the Honourable Member for St. Peter shared what was being done in terms of the NGOs and encouraging them to work in communities. In the Ministry of Education, we have the Give Back program. And that Give Back program allows students to volunteer to work with many NGOs across the country. And one such NGO is the Prison Fellowship. This works in the prisons, working with people who are incarcerated, but they also work with the families of inmates. And this is important work, and they need not only human resources, they need financial resources that they can actually broaden their work. And this is going to help us to do better at our rehabilitation by getting people to volunteer to work through the Give Back program in programs that help the young people, help inmates, etc. I want to salute the work that they too are doing. Barbadians are stepping up to the plate. In addition to this, the need for parenting programs is very important. And I would want to congratulate the Honourable Attorney General's Chambers and the Honourable Member for the City who have put in the Peace program funds to help with parenting in the community. Many parents are overwhelmed. Many parents are unparented themselves and therefore find it difficult to manage their children. And so the parenting program is something that I believe will give the necessary support so that we can stop that pipeline to crime. I'm happy to say that even this evening in St. James South, we have a program that is on, and I will join them as soon as we're finished here. And the parents have expressed not only excitement and engagement in learning, but they're eager to continue this journey of parenting. And I believe that if we can do even more of this across the country, this will help. Now, in terms of the everyday citizen, the Honourable Member for St. Peter mentioned that there's not only the fear, there's not only the crime that people are afraid of, there's also the fact that people are under stress because of the fear of crime. Someone may not break into your house, but if you are constantly thinking that around you is unsafe, every noise you hear, especially if you live alone, you will find yourself every day living with that level of stress of the fear of crime. And this is palpable in my constituency because I have so many older people. And therefore, that fear and nervousness is there. And that is not what you want for your population because it affects their everyday quality of life. It affects their health. So what can citizens do? Citizens can play a part as well. And this is where the Neighborhood Watch programs help to create a greater sense of safety and help to create a sense of empowerment. When neighbors get together and they're looking out for each other, if you know someone is out there looking out and you are part of a group that is seeking to protect your community, it will help to reduce your fear of crime because you know that there is alertness. At the moment in St. James South, I felt that it was very important that we do this. And we have 23 such groups already formed. By the time we're finished, we'll probably be at 35. But already, I'm beginning to see the social impact of neighbors getting to know each other, sharing, looking out for crime, communicating with the police, and making sure that around them is safe and helping all of them to feel safer. And what I want to do is to encourage more people to join and become members because this is part of how you help contribute to this fight in terms of crime. Now, sir, creating a bail act that balances the needs of the individual who has committed a crime or is alleged to have committed a crime and the needs of citizens is not an easy thing. But today in this chamber, as was laid out by the Honourable Member for St. Joseph and the Honourable Member for Christchurch East, we are able to recognize that that piece of legislation that we are going to vote on here is something that can make a difference to how we are able to deal with the matter of bail. And I want to congratulate them for the hard work. I want to tell them that they have my full support. And I can tell them also that they have the full support of the people of St. James South, because they want to see something done about the fact that people are able to get back out on the streets having committed heinous crimes and go out on bail and are able to commit more if they so choose. And so we just want to express our thanks and our full support towards the Bail Act. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House until 6 p.m.
The question is that this honourable chamber be suspended until 6 p.m. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended until 6 p.m. This sitting is resumed. Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I returned from the CARICOM Heads of Government meeting about 3 hours ago, and I came home early from the meeting before it finished so that I could acquit myself of my responsibility to this country and to this Parliament with respect to the legislation that is currently before us. Sir, we determined as a government a few weeks ago that we were not in a position to continue to wait for the judgment of the Court of Appeal in circumstances where we believe, sir, that the judgment may still favor our position with respect to the amendments brought to the Bail Act in 2020, I believe, 2019 it was, and for which the High Court judge ruled that there had been insufficient evidence before her because of a failure of the attorney for the Solicitor General's chambers placing affidavits in spite of being requested so to do on numerous occasions. This is not a matter that gave me any joy whatsoever as Prime Minister of this nation. And in the circumstances, we felt that the lacuna that currently existed with the Section 5.1 of the current Bail Act, because it is still the law of the country until such time as this new Bail Act is proclaimed and leads to the revocation and repeal of that legislation. But that current Bail Act provided for us a protective mechanism which was the intention of this Parliament to ensure that persons who are charged with murder, charged with firearm offenses, charged with treason or high treason should not have been granted bail for the first 24 months, with an understanding that we would seek to have the cases before the court within that time period. That process, as I just said, was interrupted. And the government felt that it was important for us to be able to put before this Parliament a suitable replacement such that, Mr. Speaker, we would not have persons literally being given the opportunity to walk around the country in spite of having been charged with murder or serious firearm offenses and continue to commit, or be charged, I should say, because that is the most I can say in the absence of the jury's verdict, be charged with additional serious offenses. When I spoke to the country, sir, just under a month ago, I indicated that to our certain knowledge, there were a number of individuals who have multiple charges committed and charged for while being on bail for murder and while being on bail for firearm offenses. Now, Mr. Speaker, we went through, as has happened in our history, and I have been in public life for 35 years this month. The gray hair is beginning to tell the tale, but 35 years is not 35 days. And I'd like to put some context into a lot of things. I know what it is to have seen the spikes in crime in the early 1990s. And you may remember, sir, you were not yet practicing law, but you were a citizen of this nation. And there was a spike of robberies and some murders and burglaries in the early 1990s that led to an increase in the sentences being given by our judges. Prior to that, sir, basically you didn't really even see, even for manslaughter case, a sentence longer than 7 years. manslaughter. But that was in the days of Oliver and Roberts and all of them, and you got into the 20-year sentences and the 25-year sentences, and for a number of people, they were taken out of circulation, and we went back into a lull for quite a while. Mr. Speaker, just before I became Attorney General in this country, we had a spike again. And I remember that in the early days of my assuming the office, one of the things that the then Commissioner of Police, Commissioner Grantley Watson, came to discuss with me would have been a framework that he intended to put in place, including the cancellation of leave for all police officers when we had a spike once again of robberies and murders. Indeed, sir, I remember that period in terms of the context of the Liat Quick Pat robbery, which happened somewhere near to the precincts of this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I have seen under the last administration when we had spikes again, culminating once again with things that offended the sensibility of Barbadians, particularly when we had the shootings on the highway for the Grand Kadooment. Mr. Speaker, one of the early and most difficult acts of this government was when we were sitting in cabinet and the Honourable Attorney General came back in a couple years later now again to report that there had been a shooting in Sheraton Mall, something that no right-thinking Barbadian would have ever contemplated to be part and parcel of what we would expect to see in this nation. Mr. Speaker, sir, we had a lull again. And then in the late 2022, we had a spike again in a series of murders. And the one that I remember once again sticking out in my head was the shooting through the ZR in Eagle Hall, Fort Cross, a morning time. Mr. Speaker, in the month of June, we had a spike again. And in that spike, unlike the previous ones, we had both those who clearly were suffering from anger and anxiety, because half of them had nothing at all to do with other than disputes or some kind of mental related circumstances, and the other half related, regrettably, to firearm offenses in a way that we find completely unacceptable in this country, with one of them in particular reflecting a use of assault weapons that have no place in civilized society and belong, Mr. Speaker, in theaters of war. Mr. Speaker, to the best of my knowledge, we in the Americas, from Alaska to Chile, have no current war going on. Regrettably, other countries and continents do, but we do not have war going on. And I say so because there is no place in any civilized society, and certainly this country of ours, for assault weapons to be used, to be in possession, to even be in a museum. If you want to know what it looks like, watch it in a movie. But there is no place for it. And why, sir? From time immemorial, people will get into conflict. People will lose their temper. People will act out of passion. The French term it in their own way, recognizing that passionate crime is part of civilization. And as I said, certainly up until the early 1990s, even when that happened in Barbados, we did not see necessarily long sentences, because the presence and prevalence of firearms was not generally part and parcel of the environment. And certainly the number of crimes that were committed with a firearm were in the minority as opposed to the majority. I started practicing law 36 years ago. And in those days, in the early days, you might hear of a pipe gun. How many people remember that? A pipe gun was, I come into that one after, but the pipe gun was one that was being manufactured. I remember the first one came out of the parish of St. George that I remember knowing about. And the magistrate, and when we saw it there, I mean, I was fascinated by the ingenuity at the time, but understood clearly that we were walking on dangerous ground. And Mr. Speaker, as Attorney General, I made the point very often that left to me, if I could deal with Barbados as a greenfield society, mere motley, I ain't talking about the government or anybody, I would ban all guns, because I don't really see the need for them in a civilized society. But the horse has bolted from that stable long time. And the capacity to be able to carry us back to a place where Australia or New Zealand or others are is not an easy trek. And the country may well have to have that conversation in the future. And you will know where I stand on it if we ever do. But what is significant, sir, is that when people lost their temper and went for a rusty one-shot gun, or a pipe gun, or a knife, or a Collins, or a 2x3, as was actually the weapon of choice for many, people had a reasonable chance of surviving. And more importantly, the chance for it affecting others who happened to be in the vicinity was almost minimal. But when you start dealing with automatic weapons, sir, and when you start dealing with assault rifles, we are in a completely different ballpark. We see what is happening in the United States of America. And up to this weekend, again, there were shootings in upstate New York at a picnic. People dead, people wounded. We see it in schools. We see it in churches. And Mr. Speaker, we see it with sufficient regularity because there are only 365 days a year, but last year they had in excess of 600 public murders that affected large groups of people. Mr. Speaker, that is why we have spoken as a Caribbean community with almost singular voice about the fact that we do not produce guns in this part of the world. And what is happening with the lack of regulation and the lack of appropriate background checks and the absence of sufficient policing to contain the export of guns and weapons, recognizing that yes, some may come from the south in the form of Latin America, but the majority appear to be coming from the north. And Mr. Speaker, we have now had sufficient experience with this, not necessarily in Barbados alone, but in the Caribbean. The fact, Mr. Speaker, that the top 10 countries for homicides contains 6 per 100,000. Homicides per 100,000 per capita. 6 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Top 4 in 2022 from the Caribbean. Number 5 from Central America. And number 6 and 7 from the Caribbean community. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to call out their names because it is not in my place to be able to bring dishonor or difficulty to those countries, but we know what we are facing. And these are countries that depend on quality of life being our currency to trigger growth and to improve quality of life. And we all know, sir, that if we were really to poll, the majority of people in this country do not want anything to do with gun crime, do not want anything to do with the kind of reckless behavior and reprisals. And they understand that we have a justice system comprising of police and judges to be able to deal with that. Even the Bible tells you that you should not take vengeance if you follow Romans. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Not ours, not human beings. But regrettably, the world in which we live has so globalized the movement of everything that both legal and illegal items move across boundaries. And what we have therefore seen is a significant rise in the last 15 to 20 years in this country of access to automatic weapons and to assault weapons. Some say that it was done out of curiosity by many, but that which constitutes curiosity for some constitutes a death penalty for somebody else, and a life imprisonment for somebody else. And Mr. Speaker, these matters can no longer be tolerated by a society that wants the right to stability. We do not have to have it this way. I say repeatedly, guns do not walk, guns do not talk. And it is fundamentally about choice. People make choices. And what bothers me, and that is why I refer to the influences on our young people in particular, where they become desensitized to the notion of death. You sit in front of a video game all day. You die multiple times. You get up and you go to the bathroom. You get up and you go and get something to eat, and you come back and you start again. And as you start again, the notion of death becomes just something that happens, but it has no finality to it. And the concept of death, therefore, does not have the same impact on younger people today that it had on persons 30, 40 years ago. It was bad enough in our time that the cartoons started to show it. And even the cartoons, all of them, the Wacky Brothers, all of them had some element of violence in it. Bugs Bunny, all of them. But it was still very latent. Over and over, it became, through the years, it became more and more real. And then once we got into video games, it was all over. And Mr. Speaker, I have practiced criminal law in Barbados before coming into government. Practiced constitutional and corporate law in opposition the second time. And I have done enough to know that when I sit down and hear persons who, you know it, sir, happens to you all the time. When a fella is in custody, he got a different tongue and a different mouth than when he walking about out there. People who I know who terrorized Barbados, and I represented a good set of them in the early days, in the early 90s. When you met them in the station office of a police station, they, Lamb? They were like, baby, he's not Lamb. Well, Lamb had more voice and more passion and spunk in them than a lot of the others who would have been terrorizing the country. And I say to us that when you can hear somebody say, you imagine I shoot that fella and he playing like he dead? And the fella asked you, wait, you had a gun? It was a mock gun or a real gun? 16-year-old they were talking to. And the fella said, no, I shoot him with a real gun, but he playing like he dead. And the other person had to say, well, you know, there's a distinct chance that he is. And that's when the penny hit for me. That in many senses, people are acting without thought, without consideration, but yet without appreciation that they have choice. And they only think about the choice after the fact. And then you have the regret. But the regret is too late, because no matter how contrite you are, you cannot bring back the life. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I believe that I have a duty to speak to this country in two different registers. One, that speaks as we are doing today from the law enforcement posture. And two, as I did 2 weeks ago, from the posture of what we as Barbadians must be doing to step up, whether we are parents, aunts, godmothers, grandparents, neighbors, workmates, church goers, mosque goers, temple goers, sporting colleagues, cultural colleagues, or just good friends, just liming together. And I've been very deliberate in saying that there are some things that we need to call out and stop. Because if we don't, simply having a law enforcement posture will not be enough to bring it all back down. And that is why you will see from the government a number of different policy initiatives that are intended, we believe, if we can have the majority of people of this nation working in the same direction with the same purpose, that we can see success. I referred to the early 1990s, sir. Can I remind us that we were able to reduce burglaries and robberies, by 30 and 40% respectively by 2007 from 1991? So the notion that crime only has an upward trajectory has already been proven not to be so in our midst. In 2022, we had 43 murders. Last year, we were able to bring that down to 21 or 22, whatever the number was, almost half. And I thank the members of the Barbados Police Service at the beginning of this year for helping us so to do. But you know why we are here today, sir? Because the same police who risk life and who risk limb to protect all of us have said to all of us that we are doing the hard work of finding the people who are perpetrating the crime. But when we do so, and they go to court, in no time, sir, they are back on the streets and constituting the same problem that they were giving us before we charged them in the first place. Mr. Speaker, it does not take a Solomon to know that that is wrong. It equally does not take a Solomon to know that if a man is already at risk of the penalty for murder, he does not feel he has much more to lose. And therefore, he can act with a certain degree of impunity and recklessness. And that is what we are trying to confront, to protect ordinary people in this country to be able to go about their business. And Mr. Speaker, I speak to this directly because it is up to all of us to be able to send the message that that is not the kind of society that we want. And typically, part and parcel of the post-traumatic stress disorder of slavery and colonialism is that we have not yet sometimes fully accepted that as we have become firm craftsmen of fate in our own society after independence, that it is up to us to maintain the responsibility of law and order and the standards, and that it is not simply a case of protecting somebody who is apparently vulnerable in your eyes at all costs to the exclusion of the stability and order of the entire society. And what this legislation does is that it reminds us, Mr. Speaker, that there is the interest of justice to be served. And that the interest of justice is not only about the interests of the liberty of the defendant or the innocence of the defendant, but it is also about the broader societal issues, Mr. Speaker, that effectively affect the quality of life, how we live, what causes us to panic, what causes us not to go somewhere, what causes us to remove ourselves from certain circumstances. All of these things help constitute the environment within which the interests of justice must be appropriately balanced against the interests of that particular individual. You may hear someone say, oh, no, and when you hear the discussion, everything is about the right of the defendant. And I, as a former criminal lawyer, will tell you that the rights of the defendant are important. But equally, the rights of the majority who are affected by the acts of the defendant are also important. And the Constitution, in its fundamental rights and freedoms, places primacy on the protection of the society by constraining every right under the Fundamental Rights and Freedoms chapter by a responsibility or a law that exists for the protection and preservation of the society, in other words, the majority. Now, Mr. Speaker, I never thought that we would have to spell it out as much as it is being spelled out here. But I also have come to recognize that mores change, customs change. What is acceptable to one generation is not acceptable to another. And sometimes we need to remind people of what is acceptable and what it is we're protecting. And this bill does so in very precise terms. Where a defendant is accused or convicted of an offense that is punishable by imprisonment, this is clause 6.1 of the bill. The court may refuse an application for bail if the interests of justice so require. And then it goes on at subclause 2 to say that in the interest of justice, it then makes it mandatory. The court shall refuse an application for bail where one or more of the following grounds are established. And let's listen to them, sir. Where there's a likelihood that the defendant, if granted bail, will endanger the safety of the public or any particular person, or will commit an offense referred to in Part 1 of the schedule. What is Part 1? Murder, firearm offenses, treason, and high treason. So if there's a likelihood that this person is going to endanger the safety of the public again, or anybody, any particular person in the public, or will commit murder, likely to commit murder again, or hold a firearm in the possession, far less use it, no bail. Where there's a likelihood that the defendant, if granted bail, will attempt to evade trial, but that is a standard, timeless, because bail is effectively to secure or constrain the fleeing of a person, flight risk from the arms of justice. 3, at C, where there's a likelihood that the defendant will attempt to influence or intimidate witnesses or conceal or destroy evidence. And Mr. Speaker, that is another thing that has always been said, but not perhaps reflected as strongly in our system as it is being done in other Caribbean countries where witnesses' liberty and lives are at stake because people don't want people to go to court and, as the Bajans would say, and witness against them, give evidence against them. And Mr. Speaker, we're going to have a serious conversation about this, not today, but the Attorney General and I have already spoken, and over the course of the next few months, we will be talking with the country about not wanting to go the road of others. D, number 4, where there's a likelihood that if the person, the defendant, is going to undermine or jeopardize the objectives of the proper functioning of the criminal justice system including the bail system. And this is where it gets wider and gives the judge even more discretion, because the criminal justice system starts from the police, it starts from the victim really, back to the police, to the court system, to the prison system, and to anything associated thereto. And therefore, the bill now starts to expand the discretion of the judge, recognizing that we are not in a position to predict every combination and permutation of possibilities for the legislative experience. And indeed, sir, it is buttressed by the next clause, which does the same thing, but even only broader, where in exceptional circumstances, there is likelihood that the release of the defendant will not be in the interests of public order or public safety or public security. Now, Mr. Speaker, you are a wise man. That if you release a man and it is not in the interest of public order, it is because the population has been so traumatized that there's a likelihood that somebody is likely to take justice into their own hands. And don't say it doesn't happen, because we've seen it happen not only here, but elsewhere in the world on a repeated basis. The reprisals that we talk about are an example of it. And Mr. Speaker, public safety and public security must also be considered. You know why this is interesting? Because you know, sir, that the civil procedure rules equally take an approach as is done in the criminal justice system and is being done in particular in this bill. That because we cannot predict every combination and permutation of what can happen, you repose in the judge the ability to balance the interests of what is necessary to protect public order, public safety, and public security, or what is necessary to ensure the proper functioning of the criminal justice system. In the civil procedure rules, sir, it is known as the overriding objective. Doesn't tell you what it is, but you know it when you see it. And judges know it, and lawyers know it. And if they think that they're wrong, or somebody thinks that they're wrong, that's when they go upstairs. And in our case, you can go upstairs twice. If you don't like what the Court of Appeal tells you, go upstairs again to the Caribbean Court of Justice. And there are times when the state wins, and there are times when the state loses. That is the nature of a democracy with a well-functioning judiciary and well-functioning separation of powers. And I come to this point, sir, because what we were treated to in here today by the leader of the opposition was a most unfortunate display and a dilemma of what I can only call the two Ps. The dilemma of the two Ps. Shall I respect professional practice, or shall I be politically partisan? And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to leave it to the Honourable Attorney General to show why I repose my confidence in legal matters with the Honourable Member for St. Joseph, and why I was correct in making the decision that I made on the 23rd of May 2018 when I chose the Honourable Member for St. Joseph, which seemed to have offended the member for Christchurch so deeply, to be my Attorney General. And Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Attorney General will show this Honourable Chamber that the member for Christchurch South, who regales in the nomenclature of KC, a statement that I keep making the point says more about who he is really and what he values really, because I wouldn't know how to call myself King's Counsel after becoming a republic. I am a proud senior counsel. And for those who come on Thursday morning to walk, to commemorate the fact that our ancestors were given the right to freedom, even if not freed, 190 years ago, come Thursday, you would find it difficult, sir, to believe that somebody who has been given the benefit of 1937 and 1966, and who so appears to love it that he used it as his cell number, 37 and 66, but yet he does not walk the walk that he talks. And therefore, sir, I am not surprised that he found himself coming down in the dilemma of the two P's on being politically partisan, because I know that as a senior counsel, I will not refer to him as King's Counsel, I will not be an accomplice to his denigration of his own self as an independent Barbadian. That a person who is a senior counsel could so forget the law and forget what he himself has argued, as you will hear, to come in here and talk what he talked today. Mr. Speaker, those who don't know better can put up with that. But those of us who know that it cannot be as simple as depriving and removing from the judge all discretion, such that the separation of powers is in fact effectively breached. And sir, he should be reminded of that on a daily basis, because he knows that he has to respect the separation of powers, or ought so to do on a daily basis. More than any of us, certainly more than me. On a daily basis. So that for him to come into this honorable chamber and to suggest, having called for the strengthening of the legislation dealing with bail in Barbados, urgently, and Mr. Speaker, I was woman enough to ignore the fact that he called for it the day before, and I was woman enough to stand up to the plate and say, yes, we shall join you and we shall do it. But he is not man enough in here to come and agree to what he knows is the only solution that the courts will accept. The days of mandatory death penalties, in spite of all that we did to fight it, were brought to an end because of the removal of the discretion of the judge in these matters. And even with the penalties that we have for firearms, the Honourable Attorney General will tell you that while there is a presumption that the sentence shall be for a first offense 10 years to 20, and for a second or higher offense 20 to life, there is the possibility of an exception. Mr. Speaker, when I first came to practice law, you could get away with not giving them that discretion. But not anymore, sir, in the same way that when I first studied law, I became a lawyer, sir, 36 years ago. There was no precept that said that lack of proportionality was a breach of human rights. But in the last 35 years, the jurisprudence has evolved to say that where there is disproportional conduct, it can constitute a breach of human rights. Now, sir, if I doubted that he was being politically partisan, his throwaway comment about apartheid South Africa laws gave away his hand. Because, Mr. Speaker, this legislation that we use as a premise from South Africa to deal with bail has been the subject of multiple testing in their constitutional court, not for 5 years, not for 10 years, not for 15 years, not for 20, not even for 25, sir, but upwards to near 30. And Mr. Speaker, we all know when Nelson Mandela became president of South Africa 30 years ago, We equally know that South Africa passed what has come to be regarded in the Commonwealth, and indeed in the entire global society, as one of the most progressive constitutions that is far more liberal in awarding rights to individuals than to the state. More liberal than the 1966 Constitution of Barbados. More liberal than the Jamaican Constitution. The Belizean Constitution. And if you want to talk constitutional law, I'm happy to do it, sir. Because I forget what I know. The Belizean Constitution was premised more on the European Convention on Human Rights and came at a later stage because Belize became an independent country much later than Barbados. And therefore, they had even a more restrictive approach to the Savings Clause. In Barbados, we passed a constitution that said that so long as this was a law before 1966, that it is saved even if it was the most heinous law because of the Savings Clause. And Belize said, no, you have 5 years, I believe it was, to get these laws in order. If not, they are immediately struck down. South Africa went further than all the rest of us. So that when you have the South African court continue to reassert that the approach to the granting of bail according to the legal precepts that they have in their legislation and that we have adopted in ours, then I have greater comfort that this is likely to withstand serious challenge. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that separate from those 5 limbs that I read, do you know that this bill gives the court even further guidance and restricts their discretion, but does not remove it with respect to what they may consider for each of those 5 limbs? In the first one, sir, related to whether the person is likely to endanger the safety of the public, there are 8 separate considerations. Any resentment that the defendant is alleged to harbor against somebody, any disposition to violence on the part of the defendant as is evident from the defendant's past conduct. In other words, are there somebody that accustomed pulling a gun or beating or being charged with it? Any disposition of the defendant to commit an offense referred to in Part 1 as is evident from their past conduct. In other words, do they have a firearms conviction or charge? Do they have a previous murder, manslaughter conviction? The prevalence of a particular type of offense, kidnapping, anything so that this is a body that accustomed treating in a certain way. Any evidence that they, Mr. Speaker, of a threat of violence, not actual violence, threat of violence to somebody else. So that people hear him say, man, don't mind you, I can kill you. That's a threat. I can take this Collins, I can soak it in some garlic. That's a threat. All these things. Mr. Speaker, the degree of violence towards others, so that the court is asked to look for 8 more things. Mr. Speaker, the threshold for proof for a defendant who is charged with murder or firearms or treason or high treason is exceptionally high, that it is easier to thread a needle as a blind person. It is exceptionally high. With respect to the one that they're likely to evade trial, sir, look at it again. There are 9 separate rules guiding what the court must look at for that. With respect, Mr. Speaker, to the one that relates to whether there's a likelihood to influence or intimidate witnesses, sir, there are, Mr. Speaker, 9 limbs to tell the court how to be able to view it. Mr. Speaker, and I can go on and on. in every instance for each of those 5, there is, Mr. Speaker, 5, 6, 8, 9. And I want to go to the other one. The 2 that speak to protecting and stabilizing the criminal justice system, and the 1 that speaks in the interest of public safety, public order, etc. With respect to the protection of the criminal justice system, what is this bill telling the judge to look at? The fact that the defendant, knowing it to be false, supplied false information at the time of arrest during bail proceedings. When you provide false information, what are you doing? Undermining the criminal justice system. Whether the defendant is in custody on another charge. In other words, don't distort the criminal justice system. You got the man in custody for an equally serious charge, and then you go and let him go. What you're really telling the people, this is what the police complaining about in Barbados, that they're working hard, risking life and limb. And then next thing you know, you see a man walking down the street and looking at them and sussing at them, like if the court is a revolving door. No, Mr. Speaker. We have to determine what we expect as a parliament, but we cannot ignore the separation of powers, especially given the mandate that this government was given by the people of this country, and we promised that we would not seek to undermine or in any way alter or dilute our democracy by dealing with a breach of the separation of powers. Mr. Speaker, it goes on. Any previous failure on the part of the defendant to comply with bail conditions or any indication that he will not comply. Mr. Speaker, we all know that there are people who's breached the bail conditions. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, when I was Attorney General, the one that left Barbados, surrendered a passport and had another passport and left Barbados, she became the first person to be successfully extradited from the United States of America when I was Attorney General. No, Mr. Speaker. And then it goes on, and any other factor which in the opinion of the court is deemed should be taken into account. Mr. Speaker, this therefore allows the judge the ability to act conscious of the intent of Parliament, but not depriving them of their right of agency to conduct what is really an inquisitorial process with respect to bail. And as it relates, sir, to the section that deals with, and I'm going into this bill in this level of detail, sir, and I'll tell you why in a few minutes. As it relates to the public safety and public order, the court is given guidance at subclause 6.7. Whether the nature of the offense or circumstances under which the offense was committed is likely to induce a sense of shock or outrage in the community. Mr. Speaker, I told you the outrage I felt when the bullets killed somebody in Sheraton Mall next to a blind man who to this day continues to talk about how he felt when those bullets went off. Mr. Speaker, shooting people in a ZR van on a Saturday or Friday morning with innocent bystanders going to do what? To buy food for the family, to go in town to buy a pair of shoes for the child or the grandchild, to do their ordinary business, Mr. Speaker. B, whether the shock or outrage of the community might lead to public disorder if the defendant is released. And we have already said this, that there are some offenses that lead to public disorder. It may not be this one, but look at the Olympics here recently. There's a man who was convicted of rape, who is representing a particular country. And from the time he stepped out to play the volleyball, the entire crowd booed the man. Rape of a minor. And we all know that there have been cases in this country that have incensed us. And as we read what happens in other Caribbean countries, in spite of the fact that it is over and away, the burn and the rub, and we heard of some this weekend, because we spent over 3.5 hours in caucus dealing with this difficult and vexatious issue of violence. Remember, for St. James Central will tell you that some of the cases that we heard of in the last 24 hours will chill your skin as to what is happening in the Caribbean community, sir. Because we live in the same world as everybody else where these things are happening. Mr. Speaker, it also asks the court to look at whether the safety of the defendant may be jeopardized by their release. We know of circumstances, I certainly know of circumstances where people sometimes opt to say, I really don't want bail. I can tell you when the prison burnt, there was a particular man who was taken out. They asked him whether he would lead. I will never forget it, the Sunday morning, because in any group of persons, and that's why the word gang is so sometimes deceptive, because gang implies an organized structure, but more often than not, the structure is very loose, so people can come in and out of relationships and associations. But on that particular morning, at Sunday night, Monday morning, 3 o'clock, somebody was killed. The person who was supposed to have been carrying the sway in the population as they were waiting to go down to Harrison's Point while Harrison's Point was being built. And this particular person, a young, bright fella, but was in there on a particularly serious charge, I'm not telling you what. And when they turned to him and asked him if he was prepared to accept the responsibility for leadership, the man said, no, but not me. And he asked if he could see the Commissioner of Police and begged the Commissioner of Police to transfer him right away to a secure facility rather than to assume leadership of a group, because he knew that by being leader, he would immediately become a target to be taken down in only a matter of time. So that a person's liberty and life can be jeopardized for many types of reasons, and the court recognizes this, will recognize this according to the law. Whether the sense of peace and security among members of the public will be undermined or jeopardized. Is this somebody who is a sociopath? Is this a person who is going to walk out and threaten people, threaten women, threaten old ladies, harass them, threaten witnesses? Whether the release of the defendant will undermine or jeopardize the public confidence in the criminal justice system. Mr. Speaker, we are taking out new territory in this legislation, because this legislation is recognizing not only the acts of the defendant or the acts against the defendant, but it is recognizing that a civilized society must have public confidence in the criminal justice system. Because if people do not have public confidence in the criminal justice system, they will take the law into their own hands. At worst and at best, they will act apathetically and cynically and not cooperate with the people who they need to cooperate with in order for the system to work function. Sir, this is a serious matter, and that is why I'm so disappointed in the member for Christchurch South for treating this in as cavalier a manner as he has done, and for hiding behind a Republican constitution that he knows will come. But if we were to bring a new constitution in here, Mr. Speaker, and don't consult with the Barbadian public on the terms of the new constitution, almost 200 pages of it, what would the party that he leads seek to tell the rest of us? You're a dictator. He's associated with the ones that walk through town every 2 weeks with pictures hollering dictator, as if they know what a dictator is. They might know how to spell it, but that's where it ends. They don't see no dictatorship in this country. But he would want to hide and tell the very people that he is crying false tears for in here that the public is so worried, the public is so concerned. But you want the public to wait another year, 18 months, to get a new constitution passed before Parliament, before they get protection against people who are walking about on multiple charges. I have nothing to lose, therefore, with respect to committing more charges. Mr. Speaker, we're either serious or we're not serious people. And that is why I say I am deeply, deeply disappointed. And what makes it even worse, sir, is that when I gave my press conference 3 weeks ago, I hear this nonsense that he has been peddling. He speaks because he has a tongue. That's all. Well, I am not going to be the judge of that. But suffice it to say that the member for Christchurch South spoke and said that we were trying to interfere in the operations of the police. Mr. Speaker, what foolishness and errant nonsense is that? He knows who it was that politically, partisanly interfered with the police force because, Mr. Speaker, he represented how many of them? How many policemen who were deliberately bypassed by the last government, who appointed the General Secretary of the Democratic Labour Party to be chairman of the Police Service Commission, and who not once, but twice with 2 successive commissioners of police refused to accept the recommendations of 2 commissioners of police for persons to be promoted, and the cases ended up in the court of law, and it was left to this Honourable Attorney General to be able to remove the nonsense that the government was perpetrating with respect to these issues and the interference with the police force. Mr. Speaker, as it then was, Mr. Speaker, I say to you today that what he also relies upon as the basis of evidence for interference, I challenge him to go back and listen to the press conference, which is on YouTube as we speak. And I said then that the National Security Council had received recommendations. The Honourable Attorney General would tell you, from the International Police, it's called IPAS, what it stands for, again, International Police Advisory Service, an international entity for police services, police forces across the world. And they came down, Mr. Speaker, and they did an assessment on the Barbados Police Service, as did the former Deputy Commissioner of Police, Mr. Oral Williams, and 2 reports were submitted to the police. And in the particular report of IPAS, they recommended, sir, that a unit dealing with serious and organized crime be established. And they recommended, sir, that in addition to that, that we also use the members of the Barbados Police Band as part and parcel of the Community Policing Initiative. And when, therefore, that was brought to the National Security Council, we willingly agreed. Now, for you to use my announcement of what the National Security Council agreed to at the recommendation of a dedicated police entity to the Barbados Police Service, Mr. Speaker, is an element of sophistry that is not befitting of those who serve in this chamber. I say to you, sir, that we are under any illusion. The Commissioner of Police operates is responsible to the superintendents of the force and is accountable to the President. And prior to the President, it was the Governor General. Our responsibility is to provide the police with the resources, the money, the posts, the equipment, the legislation, the rules, and the cooperation of all other members of the executive. Now, I can say without fear of distinction that even in an IMF program, this government has not said once to the police that they cannot get what they're asking for. Not once have we refused them. And therefore, sir, to continue, and far from that, in the budget of this year, because of the strain that we knew that the police, particularly the detectives, are working under in CID. And because of the low morale, because of the release of these men walking about the street that they work hard to find and charge, we agreed, Mr. Speaker, to create a special allowance for them because we were running into trouble with the fact that many of them could not draw flexi appropriately and were receiving, with all the other allowances, sometimes less than what a man in uniform, not investigating crime, was receiving. Our country cannot have a functioning police service without criminal investigators. The police, yes, keep order, but they investigate crime. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, for him to hide behind these facts is truly not befitting of him, even as he faces the desperation of trying to settle his party, because you have a case being settled in court and the confusion continuing at George Street went up to last night, in spite of a senior counsel who regales also, it must be a Democratic Labour Party thing, that they only call themselves KC, King's Counsel. They are hearkening back to a colonial past that Errol Barrow would turn in his grave if he understood that every single one of them have held on to the nomenclature KC, King's Counsel, while being a republic. But let us go on. While one KC was trying to bring order, the acting president and the acting general secretary were issuing press releases to say that only they can call meetings in George Street and nobody else. So you've gone from the presence of police. I can understand why his head is so hot, because he does not now see the line between George Street and potentially the criminal courts, nor the civil courts. And he does not see the line that is necessary to draw, as you will soon hear from the Attorney General, between what he knows and what he ought to do to protect professional practice. But suffice it to say this, sir, and I want to deal with this last point, because after this I'm done with the confusion and the distractions that they are bringing, regrettably, at the very time when the country needs to act with singular purpose to stamp out crime in this country. And you know, sir, this government took democracy to a new level. And I believe the Honourable Attorney General may have spoken about it in his opening speech. This is the government that determined that we were not prepared to bring a strategy, either for legislation or policy or funding, without briefing members of the opposition, members of the independent Senate, members of the social partnership. I remember we went across there in the West Wing, sir, and we gave a confidential security briefing so that people understood what God we were serving and why this same set of legislation and other things that we did in 2019 were so critical. And Mr. Speaker, we did it and will continue to do it again. And should the Honourable Leader of the Opposition avail himself, he will get that security briefing yet again. Because this is not about Barbados Labour Party or Democratic Labour Party. This is about Barbados. And for those who say about the guns that were coming in, let us talk the facts. The member for St. Michael West Central needs to tell the country, as he is now the minister responsible, but the member for St. Michael South can do it because he corrected it. That when we came to office, the scanners were not working in the Bridgetown port and the airport. And in the middle of an IMF program, we had to find tens of millions of dollars to put security systems and scanners right again in our ports of entry. And we had to put systems to deal with the couriers, because you think they only come through the airport and the seaport. There were attempts to break them down break down the guns as parts. and send them through the couriers and the post office. And this government has taken all of the decisions to spend the money to strengthen the scanning and the security systems. But it didn't start with us. I well remember the front page with the former Attorney General, who is now liking to take pot shots at the current one, the former member for St. Philip South, on the front page with the then Commissioner of Police, telling you that the ports were the problem for the entry of guns. Now, Mr. Speaker, what happened to those guns? Do you think those guns degenerate like garbage up a mangrove? One or two might get rusty, but only if people allow them to get rusty. Those guns are still in this country when we had open shores and open doors. No, I'm not going to stand here and tell you that people don't try to get through the system now, but I know it is much more difficult to do so because of what we have put in place in terms of the scanning equipment at all of our ports of entry, at our couriers facilities, and indeed in the post office. And then there are other systems that I will not speak about that also track our borders in every respect. Now, Mr. Speaker, against that backdrop, I'm saying to you that we have a duty as Barbadians to work together to resolve this problem and to put it back where it belongs, not about here. This country is too small. It's not like the larger islands in the Caribbean where you can isolate crime in one particular part of the country and get to move about. Barbados is like a city-state. And therefore the sense of panic and the sense of fear and the sense of dread will permeate easily. I had the misfortune, Mr. Speaker, of hearing yesterday a member of the other place said that she only had one working day or 2 working days to read the bill. Mr. Speaker, you had from Thursday to Wednesday. That's 6 days. And I know the difference when you come into this chamber between working day and non-working day. I want to remind this honorable chamber, and perhaps only maybe the member for St. Joseph and the member for St. James Central who was in here at the time, that in 2005, this parliament met on a Sunday night. And the member for St. Thomas, this parliament met on a Sunday night. There was an opposition. It was the opposition Democratic Labour Party. They understood their duty to the country. They came to Parliament. They did not have the measures that we were talking about for any long period, certainly not for 6 days. This is not the norm. But there will be times in the life of a parliament, as you know, sir, being a distinguished member of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association and holding office as you do, that countries will require urgent debate, urgent legislation, and urgent action. This is not child's play. This is the parliament. And the urgent action was summoned and required and called for by no less a person than the leader of the opposition, who leads the person who appointed them in the Senate. So, Mr. Speaker, what are we doing? We are going into a weekend where there's going to be a lot of activity. And we want the country to know that we are taking all reasonable actions to protect the interests of public order, public safety, individual safety, and overall the criminal justice system. We want the police to know we have your back. We share the concern that other heads of government share and heads of state in the region, as we discussed, that you cannot be spending all this time and risking life and limb to capture people and have them walk through the court door like if it is a revolving door. Mr. Speaker, these things are wrong and will not reap success for us to have a stable, fair, just, and promising society for our people. And I say to you tonight, sir, that this government is not perfect, but it will do what it has to do to protect the people of this country, the way of life of this country, and indeed the public order and safety of this country, as we are sworn to do, sir, and that is why this bill is before this honorable chamber. And Mr. Speaker, this bill also gives the court the power to cancel and revoke bail. Look at it. Mr. Speaker, this bill, sir, says to the court that if a person is about to evade justice or attempts to interfere with any witness whatsoever, or if they have interfered already or threatened, if you go to court, you'll see what I can do with you. That's a threat. Any witness. Or if the person has defeated or attempted to defeat the ends of justice, as broadly interpreted as that, with evidence under oath to the judge. Or if the person poses a threat to the safety of the public or a particular person in the public. Or if, sir, the person has not disclosed or has not correctly disclosed, which is the duty on them in this bill, all of the previous convictions in the bail proceedings, and we find out that there were some that they didn't tell us. Or if, sir, further evidence has since come available, or factors have arisen, including the fact that the defendant gave false information in the bail proceedings when you had the bail proceedings, Mr. Speaker, the judge can call him back or call her back and say, downtown a brush, go straight to Dodds, do not pass go, your bail is revoked. Mr. Speaker, and you can have a leader of the opposition tell us in here that this bill is like the old bill. What foolishness. And you know what makes it worse? If you call and you say you want more, you're not going to take what you get and claim ground and go for more. But what he does is to say, I oppose it. So he wants to stay in what he considers the worst possible position when the government is bringing a significant improvement, we believe the right one for the justice of the country that meets the separation of powers and the constitutionality of the issue. He says, no, he wants more. He wants a raw thing. No bail for murder. Well, I would have liked it too, except that the jurisprudence has evolved. Not me. The jurisprudence, sir. I would like to sit down next to a shop with him and agree and gaff and talk. And agree to the old-time days. I could tell him about the fact that nobody used to get bail when I was practicing criminal law. But the jurisprudence has evolved. And for him to get in here knowing better as a senior counsel, knowing that the jurisprudence has evolved, as you will soon find out, knowing that we have had as a country a battle for over 20 years with mandatory death penalties and mandatory sentences and all kinds. You remember that you used to be able to sentence a person who was insane to the Queen's pleasure? All them things get taken away, but you know that, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you all the courthouse lawyers in the court, all the courtyard lawyers know it too. All the courtyard lawyers know the law tight, and tall. And they will tell you that you can't do them things no more. But you will come in here to make people believe that the government is not doing enough. But yet, when the government is doing 300% more than you got today, instead of supporting it, you say you want more, but you're going, no, I want to support this. So you want reversal. You want back. Mr. Speaker, if it was not so tragic, it would be funny. If it was not so tragic, it would be funny. And I say to you, sir, there's a time when we can parry and when we can debate, and when we can have the normal things that come with partisan debate, but there's equally a time in the life of a nation when what is required goes beyond debate. You see that thing called a woman's right to choose? For me, that goes beyond politics. You see that thing called murder and assault weapons and automatic weapons? There ain't no politics in that for me. It is about a society recognizing that you have to protect the interests of the majority. And Mr. Speaker, you've heard me say sometimes already, and the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister heard me say it last week again. A license, a driver's license in the hands of some is a weapon of mass destruction. And if we think back of some of the accidents that we have had on the highway and all about the country, where innocent people's lives have been taken because of reckless behavior of others, you will understand what I mean when I say that a license is a weapon of mass destruction in the hands of some. I say to you, sir, that this bill, in my view, and let me be very clear, this bill has received, and I hope the Honourable AG will speak to it as well, the benefit of the considered and mature reflection of former Chief Justice, former Court of Appeal judges, distinguished senior counsel in this country, even down to the nonsense that he raised, the red herring about 49.6. The AG needs to deal with it because the bill makes it clear at the very outset that this bill is passed enacted by the Parliament. I ain't even giving you a chance for people to guess. Enacted by the Parliament of Barbados in accordance with the provisions of Section 49 of the Constitution as follows. Mr. Speaker, 49.6 is a subset of 49. Just for those who don't know. So that if you cloak yourself in 49, you include not 49.6. But the Honourable AG will deal with it. And I say to you, sir, that I want us to stay focused. We have a problem with the presence and prevalence of automatic weapons and with the occasional sight and use of assault weapons. I don't want to wait until Barbados is among the top 10 of homicides per capita in the world before this government acts. I don't want to wait to see more persons lose their lives. I don't want to wait to see a demoralized police service believe that they are fighting and fighting and fighting and getting little or no results because of the failure of the system to assist them. I don't want to wait for any of these things. I have asked the people of Barbados to step up individually. I've asked parents to ask the right questions about what their children bring in home. Or I've asked individual adults to find out what is the gift you're giving me that really and truly your pay packet can't allow you to buy. Because at some point, you all know that there's nothing called a free lunch. Nothing comes free just so. And in those circumstances, if I ask everybody else in this country to step up, sir, the Parliament must equally step up and do its part with respect to the legislative protection necessary for people to be able to maintain a quality of life that is not threatened by panic and fear and by the reckless actions of those who want to use guns to be able to take out people's lives. And I say to you, sir, that I believe that this is the right action that is being taken by this government. The urgency is self-evident, and indeed, sir, the seriousness with which it must be treated is equally before us. I trust and pray that as soon as this bill is gazetted and proclaimed, that it will help strengthen the hands of all who are required to protect the interests of the criminal justice system. And the law provides that if in exceptional circumstances there are reasons why a person must be given their liberty, that the judge has that ability to do so. But they are so rare and so few, given the tightness with which the bill has been drafted, that it does not have a disproportionate impact on the interests of the majority, while at the same time protecting the rights of the individual under the fundamental rights and freedoms of our Constitution. That there will be a new Constitution is without debate. But it is not going to be here in 2 months or 3 months or 4 months. And we do not have the luxury of time. And therefore, the government has chosen this way in the same way that we have chosen other pieces of legislation to bring to protect us. I want to thank the Honourable Attorney General, the drafters, the lawyers who gave of their time urgently, and those who have taken the time to read this. And may I say that on Thursday, even before Cabinet finished, because we knew we were going to do this in all of its stages, and by the way, Trinidad did theirs in all of its stages, and other countries have done similar bills in all of their stages relating to this criminal justice issue too, that because we knew that that was the intention, instructions were given to the Leader of the House, the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, to communicate and send the bill to the Leader of the Opposition even before Cabinet finished its business on Thursday. That is how serious we took our responsibility to share with him what is before us today. And did he get the legal opinion as well? And he can get a legal opinion if he wants. And I am saying to you, sir, that a session was also arranged for the Honourable Attorney General to carry the members of the Senate through the provisions of the bill, recognizing that because it was going to be done in all of its stages, we wanted to give them the full benefit of everything that the Cabinet would have had access to with respect to this legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, I am obliged to the Honourable Attorney General and all who provided him with the ability to act and deliver this bill before us so that we may act in the interests of good order, peace, and good governance, and importantly so, the comfort of all Barbadians, not believing that this is a single panacea, but this is part and parcel of a tool, a policy set that is necessary to keep our country safe and to keep Bajans safe. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Honourable Member for St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, I will begin by thanking all of the members on this side, and especially the Honourable Prime Minister for contributing so significantly in this debate. Each one of the members on this side touched on important issues, and their speeches collectively and individually reflected a clear stance by this administration on how we intend to deal with the issue of law and order. I think that today's debate, certainly from our contributions, have helped to enrich the parliamentary history of Barbados and demonstrates the seriousness with which we approach the issue of governance. For those of you who listen to the musical Hamilton, you would have heard George Washington say to Hamilton, "Winning is easy, governing is harder." Mr. Speaker, while I'm grateful for and I congratulate and thank the members on this side for their sterling contributions, I have to say that I am extraordinarily disappointed in the Leader of the Opposition. He spoke for near 2 hours, if not a full 2 hours. But I'm reminded of one of the sayings of my former lecturer in law, who I believe lectured him too, who referred to a particular judgment as being a brutum fulmen, a thing full of sound and fury, but signifying nothing. The honourable member spoke for 2 hours, but not a single person. I bet you every single journalist must be trying to decipher what he said now in order to be able to come up with a story for tomorrow's press. But we have a story here that we've come up with. You see, it is inconceivable, Mr. Speaker, for a responsible leader of the opposition to say to the country that in relation to the crime situation, Barbados is on a precipice and not support this bill. Barbados is on a precipice, but we should first bring a Republican constitution and then address it. Barbados is on a precipice, but this government should shove the country over by parting ways with the fundamentals of justice and the rule of law. Barbados is on a precipice, but the honourable member could not see his way clear. Having called for amendments to the Bail Act, he could not see his way clear to say to the country, while I am not happy with how far we've gone, I still feel that I am duty-bound in the interests of my constituents to help to pull Barbados back. But I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. The emptiness with which he called for an amendment to the Bail Act 3 weeks ago has now been laid bare to the country. The honourable member never had any interest in any amendment to the Bail Act. That much is clear. And he doubled down today by saying too, we need to have anti-gang legislation. We need to have a gun court. Everything, every catchphrase he has thrown up and called for those things as well, no doubt hoping that we will swallow that particular bait so that he could come in again and say, but we ain't gone far enough, I'm not accepting this, and so on. It would be most unparliamentary for me to say that the honourable member was disingenuous. I accept it. And he will not say it. It will be equally unparliamentary for me to say that he's insincere. I may feel so, but I'm certainly not going to say it. Mr. Speaker, we came to Parliament on an urgent basis, on a matter that we consider to be vital and of vital importance to the safety and security of our country. It is not something that Parliament does with any frequency. This administration, more than any other, has taken the stance that on fundamental issues, we need to involve the public. We need to consult. That's why we set up select committees. He criticized us last week. Y'all remember criticized us last week for sending the health services legislation to committee. But we are accustomed to consulting. We have departed from that stance in this particular issue, not because we don't value the views of the people, but because we consider that this is too important to delay it any further. In fact, part of the reason why we are here is because we have heard the views of the people in relation to the situation where bail is granted so freely to individuals.
And the people knew where our heart was from 2019.
From the very beginning, they understood what our stance was in relation to trying to tighten up bail. Mr. Speaker, it is not for me to repeat things that I've said, but it is for me to expose a couple of things in the honourable members 2-hour speech. Unfortunately, he took so long to say the few things that he said that you might be tricked in, you might be lulled into feeling that there's a lot to respond to, when in truth and in fact, there isn't. Mr. Speaker, one, and you know, I did say that the honourable member was bound to come up with some reason why this bill was unconstitutional. He was bound to do it, because that is his constant mantra. And today he dug deep and came up with a piece of legal fiction alleging that the bill was not properly drafted, it was not properly before Parliament, because we have not followed Section 49 of the Constitution. In his view, he felt that there should be something else that we ought to have said, and he referred to the Tenantries Freehold Purchase Act and a whole set of other things. I am ashamed that a member of, well, the Prime Minister and I, we say that we are senior counsel. Leader of the opposition still sees himself as one of His Majesty's counsel. That is a matter for him. But I am ashamed that the honourable member came to this chamber, as he does every week, without analysing the law, and spouts off a few glib things full of inaccuracies, demonstrating that he has no clear grasp of constitutional law, but because it comes from his voice, from his lips, the public of Barbados are expected to accept it as gospel. Mr. Speaker, Section 49 of the Constitution is no mystery. Section 49 of our Constitution deals with how you amend the provisions relating to fundamental rights. And those provisions, the language of Section 49, it says alteration. And the language of Section 49 not only says alteration, but it says, it gives rise to a concept of something called a non-textual amendment. In other words, you can amend clause X, clause Y by doing this, changing those words and so on. Or you can also, by the effect of what you are passing, create a potential alteration of the Constitution. And the Honourable Leader of the Opposition sought to argue that we needed to put in some special words as could be found in the Tenantries Freehold Purchase Act and so on, clearly demonstrating that, you know, he pulled up the Tenantries Freehold Purchase Act, and on the first page of the Act, it has a footnote telling you, reciting that it was amended in accordance with Section 49. If the honourable member had trouble to look up the history of the Tenantries Freehold Purchase Act, if he troubled to read it himself, he would have recognized that in that particular instance, there were two specific provisions that the Tenantries Freehold Purchase Act sought to amend. Not by any implication, not by any modification, but sought specifically to amend. And the framers of that legislation felt that in that instance, it was appropriate to say what those specific sections were. And that's what they did then. But if he troubled to look at any of the other laws, the many laws that we've passed pursuant to Section 49, it should immediately strike him that there is no settled formulation. But somehow or another, he got it in his head that we needed to follow the path taken back in the 80s, as was done under the Tenantries Freehold Purchase Act. Now, let me tell you what Section 49 says. Section 49, 49.6. 49.6 says, no act of Parliament shall be construed as altering this Constitution unless it is stated in the Act that it is an act for that purpose. This is what we call ball language. There ain't nothing about this that requires any massaging or any dissecting or interpretation. No act shall be construed as altering this Constitution unless what? It is stated in the Act that it is an act for that purpose. It isn't required, Mr. Speaker, to go into any greater detail than what is required under 49.6. All that you need to say in the Act is that it is being passed in accordance with Section 49, which makes it quite clear that it is an act being passed for that purpose. This is a formulation that we've used time and time and time again. If you remember trouble to to exercise his brain, he would see that this is the formulation. There's no subtle formulation. We simply have to state, as is stated after the long title, that the act is being passed in accordance with Section 49. Section 49 is therefore fully satisfied. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member has said that this bill has not gone far enough. If it were not for the courtesy that myself and others show this chamber, I believe that we would have laughed out loudly. The Honourable Member posited that what this government ought to have done was in effect to destroy the concept of the rule of law in order to deal with the question of bail. The Honourable Member said, we, meaning this administration, ought to have come to Parliament today and said a person charged with murder cannot get bail. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. He would have driven a horse, what is it they say, a carriage and 4 horses through the fundamentals of our constitutional law. You cannot, on the one hand, contain that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, contain, as he has, that constitutional rights are paramount, contain week after week after week, this is not constitutional, that is not constitutional, but then tell us in this chamber that we are supposed to abandon the very principles on which our Constitution stands. The Honourable Member is saying that this legislature should remove any discretion from any judge whatsoever and simply say a person charged with murder cannot get bail. Full stop. No ifs, ands, or buts. No judicial discretion. We as a parliament should determine that a man charged with murder cannot get bail, and that is to be the end of the story. Mr. Speaker, I am horrified. I am horrified that a person who should be learned in the law would contain such rubbish. I'm horrified, Mr. Speaker. And you know what is so bothersome about it? Is that the Honourable Member knows better. Because he has, in the course of his professional career, argued stridently for the maintenance and the sanctity of the doctrine of separation of powers. And for the members of the public, the doctrine of separation of powers means that the judiciary has to be able to do its work without any fetters being imposed on it by the legislature. It has been discussed, dealt with in the highest courts of the land. It has been dealt with and reaffirmed time and time again by the Privy Council when the Privy Council was our highest court of appeal. It has been ruled upon time and time again by the Caribbean Court of Justice, which is now our highest court of appeal. It is settled law that a judge must, in the carrying out of his judicial functions, have a discretion to act as justice requires from time to time. But the Honourable Member wants to say, down with that. We as a parliament are now taking on the role of the judiciary. You know what's embarrassing about that? The Honourable Member flew a kite in here and said that this administration is getting involved in policing. We are getting involved in how the police functions. You know, Mr. Speaker, all that the Prime Minister did was to make an announcement of an entity, of a department in the police service that the police service wanted to establish, that was recommended. That's all that the Prime Minister did. She announced something that the police had said we are going to do, and that got the benefit of the approval of the National Security Council, which the Prime Minister chairs. Now, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is saying that that is interfering with the police. Somehow it didn't occur to him that if we should say a person charged with murder can't get bail, that would be an interference with the judiciary. He couldn't see that. But he could see the Prime Minister making an announcement that that is an interference with the police. But Parliament should be able to interfere with the rule of law as it sees fit. I told you, though, sir, that he knows better. He knows better. And if the Honourable Member is so confident about what he's saying to the Chamber today, I have to ask him how he explains his stance in the Court of Appeal in 2014 when he was involved as the lead counsel in a case called Alexander. Alexander, Mr. Speaker, I believe you know it very well. Alexander is a case which had to do with a statutory minimum penalty for a firearm. A statutory minimum penalty for a firearm. The legislature had said if a person is charged a second time with a firearm, his penalty shall be no less than 15 years. The legislature said it. Isn't there a parallel, Mr. Speaker, between what the Honourable Member is saying now, that the legislature said that a person charged with murder can't get bail? Shall not get bail. But, Mr. Speaker, with your leave, sir, but I believe that decisions of the court are exempt from the rule which says that we can't quote in Parliament. Mr. Thorne QC, as he then was, because he's a KC now, for the appellant, urged on this court that the sentence imposed by the trial judge was invalid on the ground that Section 30 of the Act was inconsistent with the Constitution of Barbados, and therefore the sentence and trial were a nullity. He cited in support the observations of Lord Diplock in the Locus Classicus, Hinds and the Queen, that implicit in a Westminster model constitution is the idea that judicial power is to continue to be vested in persons appointed to hold judicial office in the manner and on the terms laid down in the chapter dealing with the judicature. Mr. Thorne QC also contended that Section 30 fettered a judge's discretion to consider and impose a non-custodial sentence or a sentence shorter than the mandatory minima imposed in Section 30. Mr. Thorne QC also contended that Section 30 fettered a judge's discretion to consider and impose a non-custodial sentence or a sentence shorter than the mandatory minima imposed in Section 30. He referred to Bovell and Bain and Marie, noting the need for discretion to afford judges the flexibility to impose a sentence commensurate with the offense. He argued that sentencing is the exclusive province of the judiciary and that there should be no trespass, the way he speaks in here, that kind of language, and that there should be no trespass on that province by the legislature or the executive. Section 30 infringes the separation of powers that underlay the philosophy, structure, and organization of Barbados's constitutional arrangements, which permitted Parliament to set a maximum penalty for imprisonment, but prescribing the minimum. He urged the court to sever Section 30 from the Act. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition argued in the Court of Appeal that it was wrong and unconstitutional for the legislature to remove the discretion of a judge when it sought to set a statutory minimum. He argued that it was inconsistent with our constitutional theory. Today, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member has reversed his well-considered and reasoned opinion, and in fact, he won the case. He won the case, you know. So I didn't say he lost it, he won it. The court agreed with every single one of his arguments.
It just shows that in everything he does not like to win. But
It
he won
is-
here and he left, he will lose. No arguing so.
Mr. Speaker, it shows that the honourable member comes into this chamber not functioning from a point of principle, but making arguments convenient to the occasion. Because I have no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that somebody out there is going to say, man, he was right, man, we should pass a law. We should pass a law. The honourable member needs to be honest, and he needs to be true to his training. He needs to be true to his training. You cannot, on the one hand, say that you support the Constitution on which our country is built, while saying that this Parliament should ignore those constitutional precepts. The honourable member sought to disguise it by saying that we should bring a Republican Constitution, and in that Republican Constitution we can do away with the concept of bail, and therefore to do so, to do what he asked would not be running afoul of anything. But the honourable member also has to remember that Barbados has long been a treaty to a large number of international human rights conventions. And any constitution that we pass that seeks to do away with fundamental norms is not likely to stand the test of time either. And the real problem, Mr. Speaker, is when you open that Pandora's box, where do you stop? Will the leader of the opposition say that we should pass a law saying that when we take up people's land, we don't have to pay them compensation? Is that what is next? Arguments of convenience, but absent any rational thought. Mr. Speaker, it is entirely open to the leader of the opposition to reject this initiative. I don't know what his senators will say, but I have to assume that when the leader of the opposition speaks, he speaks on behalf of all of the members of the opposition and all of the organs of the opposition party. So the people of Barbados are entitled to draw the conclusion that the entirety of the Democratic Labour Party rejects this effort to tighten up bail. There's nothing else that we can think, sir. This is his position. He leads the troops. So we have to assume that the troops, unless they say otherwise tomorrow and in other places, we have to assume that his stance in this chamber this morning represents the considered stance of the Democratic Labour Party. Mr. Speaker, that is worrisome. As I mentioned this morning, as the Prime Minister has reiterated, on matters of national security, the opposition has a voice and they have a role to play. We have breached decades of protocol in the past by briefing the leader of the opposition, not this one, but the previous one, because we understood and recognized that he too has a constituency in this country to protect and to represent. The leader of the opposition today has spoken on behalf of his constituency. They have drawn their line in the sand and said they do not support this effort. But as I said, Mr. Speaker, his call for an amendment to the Bail Act was hardly sincere to begin with. It was impossible for it to be sincere because the very thing that he asked for publicly, we, including him, had already done in 2019. So he either showed his ignorance or a presage the fact that he was going to come into this chamber and skylark over a serious issue. Each one is as bad as the other. Mr. Speaker, this bill, even though we didn't take weeks to prepare it, it did receive the considered attention, as the Prime Minister mentioned, of a significant number of legal luminaries, and to them, I'm very grateful for their attention. It required us to look at jurisdictions, South Africa, Bermuda, and others, to see what they have done. It required us to look at their court decisions. It required us to look at their constitutions. It required a significant amount of work, including from the drafters of my office, who literally dropped everything that they were doing to put us in a position to be able to bring this bill today. They didn't murmur because they understood that the next life that they might be saving might be their own or someone connected to them. Mr. Speaker, this bill may not be perfect, but we are committed to doing everything that we can to ensure that Barbados does not continue the slide. The Honourable Member said that we are on a precipice. I don't agree with him. I differ from him greatly. We are not on any precipice. The situation in Barbados is one that is manageable, and we are managing it. We can manage it better if the opposition would play their part. We can manage it better if the parents and the communities that used to be the safety net for our youngsters, if they too played a greater role. But we are not on any precipice. It suits him to come in here and to portray that Barbados is about to crash. No, sir. Not under this administration, not under our watch. The crashing is left for the side that he now leads. We've held faith, we've kept the faith with the people, committed resources, done everything that we had to do to keep Barbados afloat. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it gives me the greatest of honor on behalf of this chamber to move that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House do not resolve itself into committee for further consideration of the bill.
Question is that I do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
This Honourable House is now in committee.
My file, my desk. Yellow, green.
Mr. Chairman, may we take the bill in parts?
You may.
Part 1, clauses 1 through 3.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 1, being clauses 1 through 3, stand part.
So the question is that Part 1, clauses 1, 2, 3, stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Aye. Honourable members against, say no. I think the ayes have it.
Part 2, clauses 4 through 7.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 2, being clauses 4 through 7, stand part.
I second that, sir.
The question is that Part 2, clauses 4 through 7 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 3, clauses 8 through 12.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 3, being clauses 8 through 12, stand part.
I second that, sir.
The question is that Part 3, clauses 8 through 12 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 4, clauses 13 through 18.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 4, being clauses 13 through 18, stand part.
I second that, sir.
The question is that Part 4, clauses 13 through 18 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 5, clauses 19 through 29.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that we amend this part by deleting clause 29 to explain to the chamber. Clause 29 provides that the act shall come into operation on a date to be fixed by proclamation. When once you adopt that approach, there's usually going to be some lag in terms of when it actually comes into force. Gazetting, however, means that as soon as it is gazetted, it becomes law. And therefore, given the urgency, it is better that we delete clause 29. And as long as that clause is not there, it will come into force upon gazetting. And therefore, we will see the act coming into force without the need for any further action and in a far quicker way than if we have to go to the proclamation stage. So with that explanation, I beg to move that Part 5. I beg to move that clause 29 be deleted and that clause...
Beg to second that, sir.
Put that question.
The question is that clause 29 be deleted. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
5 is amended, no pass.
I beg to move, Mr. Chairman, that Part 5 as amended, now being clauses 19 through 28, stand part.
Beg to second that, sir.
The question is that Part 5, clauses 19 to 28 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Schedule.
Beg to move that the schedule be the schedule to the bill.
Beg to second.
The question is that the schedule be the schedule to the bill. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Report.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you do not report His Honour the Speaker the passing of one bill with an amendment in committee.
The question is that I do not report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of one bill with amendment in committee. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Chairman of committees that report on the passing of one bill with amendments in committee.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that this bill be read a third time.
Question is that the bill be read a third time. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Bail Act of 2024.
Honorable member, this bill requires a constitutional 2/3 majority.
Your hearing.
Put the question.
What a question.
Honourable Ms. M.A. Mortley. Honourable Ms. Joe Bradshaw.
Aye.
Honourable D.D. Marshall,
Aye.
Honourable K.D. Simmons,
Aye.
Honourable Dr. Leon W.W. Duguid,
Aye.
Honourable Ms. Sandra Husbands,
Aye.
Honourable Wilfred Fred Abrams,
Aye.
Honourable Indar A. Ware,
Aye.
Honourable Adrian R. Ford,
Aye.
Honourable Colin E. Jordan,
Aye.
Honourable K.D.M. Humphrey,
Aye.
Honourable G.P.I. Goodin Edgell,
Aye.
Marsha Cattle. Next page. Marsha Cattle. Here. Number 18. Here.
Honourable Marsha K. Kettle,
Yes.
New row now.
Mr. Neil Rowe,
Aye.
Gibbs. They got Gibbs more. Gibbs.
Mr. Christopher Gibbs,
Aye.
More.
Ms. Tony Moore,
Aye.
Ford.
Her Honor Cynthia Ford,
Aye.
Mr. Peter Phillips,
Aye.
McConney.
Honourable Ms. K. McConney,
Aye.
Honourable Ms. Davison Ishmael,
Aye.
Springer.
Dr. Rommel Springer,
Aye.
Mr. Trevor Prescott.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22.
Mr. Speaker, 22 honourable members voted aye. There were no abstentions and there were no noes.
Having reached the constitutional requirement, this bill stands passed.
Wait.
In the name of the Honourable Attorney General, to move the second reading of the Criminal Justice Plea Negotiations and Agreement Bill 2024.
Honourable Member St. Joseph.
I suppose I could begin by repeating the oft-said words, the hour is late. But notwithstanding the hour being a little advanced, I want to take this opportunity to introduce to this chamber and to ask for support of a bill called the Criminal Justice Plea Negotiation and Agreement Act 2024. I hardly imagine, Mr. Speaker, that there's any person in this chamber who has not watched criminal pictures on TV and heard the term used in those pictures, plea bargain. And in essence, it just described, it's just the title that we give to an arrangement where an individual who is charged with an offense or multiple offenses is able to negotiate a lesser charge and that lesser charge is accompanied by a plea of guilty, and then it is put to the court for the court's approval. Mr. Speaker, we have begun in earnest the exercise of reforming the criminal justice system. It may have been referred to earlier in this chamber, earlier today in this chamber, but for the record, I think it is important to say that last year, the Office of the Attorney General hosted a 2-day criminal justice symposium at which we looked in depth at the challenges that are attendant with the criminal justice system and tried to come up by way of a consensus with some solutions that might help us to deal with those challenges. One of our principal challenges, sir, has been the time it takes for matters to go from arrest through trial and either conviction or acquittal. Now, Mr. Speaker, by bringing this act to Parliament, we are not breaking new ground, because all across the region, and perhaps I should say certainly in Trinidad and in Jamaica, Bahamas and Belize, there are examples of plea bargaining legislation that are used to remove the need for a full criminal trial and move matters through the system quickly and reduce the amount of manpower resources that are required to see a matter through. Now, Mr. Speaker, plea bargaining already happens in Barbados in an informal way. I believe that you, in your private capacity, will have been involved in instances where you will say, look, you've charged my client with this, he's willing to plead guilty of a lesser offense, and if the prosecution agrees, you do that. But the fact is that there are no rules that are attendant with those informal arrangements. Nobody is bound to do anything. You can strike such a bargain with a prosecutor, and when you get to court, the prosecutor saying no, the court said no, everybody said no, and you've wasted your time and your effort. A properly functioning plea bargaining system must have clear rules which are fair to both the accused and to the state, and the arrangements must be transparent. I have sat in various fora and listened to the experience in Jamaica, in Trinidad, in Belize, where all of their DPPs and defense lawyers have spoken glowingly about the effectiveness of plea bargain legislation. It cuts down on the need for expensive trials. Certainly the accused will get to save in legal fees. But the time it takes for the police to prepare a trial, witnesses to attend trial to give evidence, sometimes a trial lasting many days, juries to appear to decide on guilt or innocence, judges to do summations and so on. A criminal trial does not happen in an hour or 45 minutes the way it happens on television. In fact, it is a long and arduous process. By bringing plea bargaining legislation where a prosecutor is able to reach out to an accused person's attorney or the other way around to say, can we come to an agreement, is an invaluable thing, sir, in helping us to move our criminal justice system along quickly. There are a couple of things that I would like to make mention of. First of all, this bill provides for a system of plea bargaining or plea negotiations for indictable matters. However, it doesn't mean that plea bargaining is not available before the indictment is preferred. The Act provides that a plea bargain or a plea negotiation can take place at any time. This is not yet part of our law, and therefore we can't say what we expect will happen. But there are important anecdotal instances, especially in Jamaica, where individuals have been charged. and based on the strength of the evidence before them, even before the matter, even before the indictment is preferred, the prosecutor is able to say, look, boy, we got you cold. We got video, we got audio, we got witnesses, we have fingerprints, we got all kinds of things. All kinds of things. And they can say this to an accused person even before the process is completed, even, Mr. Speaker, before they are arrested. Even before they're arrested. The door is open by virtue of this legislation to say a plea bargain arrangement can be struck then. And an accused person who is cooperative with the state at that point in time would be able to benefit from far more generous discounts in terms of sentencing and save the system from the energy and effort in terms of a trial. So a plea bargain is available to an accused person not just immediately before the trial starts, as most people would imagine. They have an image of you meeting on the court step and say, well, I'll give you this if you give me that. It can happen from as far back as when the matter is being investigated. These plea agreements, the arrangements, are entirely voluntary. So nobody can force an accused person to enter into a plea negotiation. Nobody can force the officers of the DPP to enter into a prosecution. So let me say this too. The police can't do a plea bargain. It has to be the officers of the DPP. These arrangements are voluntary. Nobody can be forced to enter into a plea bargain arrangement. I remember in one of my distant forays into criminal matters, I represented an individual in the Garens murder. Very distant. I represent an individual in the Garens murder, and I negotiated a manslaughter plea. And you know, Mr. Speaker, it is a cause to smile really, because I negotiated the manslaughter plea, and then went to my client and said to him, we got a manslaughter plea. So the client said, man, Mr. Marshall, I got confidence that you can get me off. I will only say that he should have taken the plea, sir. He ought to have taken the plea. But it is an entirely voluntary arrangement. Nobody can be forced to accept a plea bargain arrangement. An accused person, sir, has the right to be represented by a lawyer. But it doesn't mean you have an obligation to be represented by a lawyer. You have the right to be if you so choose, but if you decide that you don't want a lawyer, there are various documents that you will sign saying that I have dispensed with my right to have a lawyer. And the reason for this is quite simple. A DPP with a wealth of experience is not going to be on even terms with an accused person, sometimes who is afraid, sometimes completely bewildered, does not understand the niceties of the law. Those things are all possibilities, and really it is preferred if an individual has an attorney. Because the attorney, from attorney to attorney, you would be operating on even terms. But there are individuals who say, I am my own lawyer. And if that individual says that, asserts that right, and signs off on the relevant form that is set out in an appendix to the Act, then that person is able to negotiate with the DPP for his own beneficial arrangements. In relation to what happens when you have negotiated, the DPP can make a decision to discontinue the original charge or accept a plea of a lesser charge. So there are a number of options that are available. The DPP can say, well, in return for your plea agreement, I am going to discontinue this charge, or I'm going to substitute a lesser charge. The agreement, Mr. Speaker, must also include what is the sentence that is proposed. So it is not an open-ended thing. When you do a plea bargain now, you negotiate, and you will say, well, the judicial the guidelines on sentencing, so let me see if we can come up with a range in between here and there. what must happen under this plea bargain legislation is that the specific sentence must also be set out in the agreement. And I think this is the first time I mentioned the agreement because, but it's important to say that whatever is decided has to be reduced into writing and signed by both parties, by the DPP on behalf of the state, and by the accused person, and if the accused person has a lawyer, also by the accused person's lawyer. So the proposal must include what sentence is to be imposed. And if the judge accepts the plea agreement, Mr. Speaker, then the sentence that is stipulated in the agreement will be the sentence that is imposed. But Mr. Speaker, it is a matter always for the judge to decide whether he accepts the plea agreement or not. And that is important. We spent much of today talking about in the interest of justice. We talk about not fettering the discretion of a judge, and a judge must act judicially and in the interest of justice at all times. These are not convenient concepts. These are important precepts on which the system relies in order to ensure that the rights of the state are evenly balanced against the rights of the accused, but that also the rights of both sides are protected. So the judge may determine, I'm not going to accept this plea agreement. That is entirely a matter for the judge. He can say, I do not agree that what counsel is accepting and what is being proposed by the DPP is in the interest of justice, and if that is the case, the judge can reject the plea agreement, and if that happens, then the case has to be heard before another person. There can be no improper inducements. So any effort, if there's any improper inducement at all on either side, either on the part of the accused, an inducement made to the prosecutor, or somehow or another going the other way around to accept a lesser charge or a lesser sentence, whatever it is, any improper inducement will vitiate the plea agreement, and the plea agreement will in those circumstances be rejected. If the plea agreement is rejected by the judge, either party, either the DPP or the accused, can appeal to the Court of Appeal. Again, when the parties have acted honestly and in good faith, then there's an expectation that the judge, while he or she has to exercise their discretion, that they will not act capriciously, and therefore it is open to either side to appeal to the Court of Appeal to have the plea agreement accepted. Given, Mr. Speaker, that the plea agreement, if it is accepted, will obviate the need for a trial, we have to ask ourselves what happens to the victim. What happens to the victim? The victim, the injured person, is more than likely awaiting their day in court. They want to come to court. They want to say, this is what this person has done to me, and I demand justice. It is true that there's no guarantee of a conviction, but often what is important is for the voice of the victim to be heard. And a plea agreement would at first blush seem to go around the interests of the victim, because the victim would not, there's no trial. So the victim doesn't get to come to court and say, this is what happened to me, I was raped, I was assaulted, I was battered, robbed, whatever it is. And therefore, in order to protect the interests of the victim, there must be a victim impact statement, and more importantly, the DPP has to inform the victim in advance that a plea agreement is being negotiated. The victim can object, but it is only fair to inform the victim this matter is being dealt with by way of a plea agreement. Before the plea agreement is concluded, the victim has the opportunity to make written representations to the DPP. And those representations can cover anything. Reasons why they don't feel you should do the plea agreement, that they want to have the day in court, all of those kinds of things. But it doesn't end there. The DPP must also inform the victim of when the matter is going to court, and the victim must have an opportunity to come and have their say. Procedurally, Mr. Speaker, when time comes for court, this happens in the absence of a jury. It has to happen in the absence of a jury, because if the jury hears that John Brown or Mr. Jones has entered into a plea agreement to take a smaller plea, a lower sentence, a lower jail term, whatever it is, lower punishment, it will be fixed in their mind that the person is guilty. And therefore, you have to conduct any hearing about the acceptability of the plea agreement in the absence of the jury, in case the judge says, I'm not accepting this, and it has to go to trial. So it is important that these arrangements are done and discussed in the absence of a jury, but they're done in open court. So the jury is just not present. Where the judge rejects the plea agreement, or where the accused person withdraws from the plea agreement, the matter shall go before another judge. So bear this in mind. A party can withdraw from the plea agreement up to the time the trial starts. So an accused lawyer may say, man, I don't think you got to worry. I don't think we should do this plea agreement. And even though it is signed, the accused can still come and say before the trial starts, I am withdrawing this, I'm withdrawing from this plea agreement, in which event the matter would have to go to trial to a different judge. Mr. Speaker, we are satisfied that this can make a difference. But there's another element in which this can make a difference. These arrangements, and we follow the Jamaica model, and Jamaica is very proud of the model they have. I've discussed it at length with their judicial officers and their prosecutors. Their model says that at any time after, so think of a situation where a person is already convicted and is serving a sentence, and comes and says, look, I have some information on a crime that took place 2 years ago, but I want to get a reduction in my sentence. You can enter into a variation, into a plea bargain agreement in those circumstances. So, Mr. Speaker, you can enter into a plea bargain agreement before, but you can also enter a plea bargain agreement after. So a convicted person who is already serving a sentence, but who wishes to assist a prosecutor in another criminal matter, that prosecutor can go and say, I will enter into a plea bargain agreement with you. In return for your assisting us with this other criminal matter, we are going to agree to cut the time of your sentence or any other benefit. Now, if that offer of assistance turns out to be illusory, then the plea bargain agreement is rejected. But this, Mr. Speaker, has worked very well in Jamaica, because there are individuals who have information but who don't want to come forward. They're already in prison. But this gives them an opportunity in a transparent and wholesome way to say, I can assist the court in another investigation, and if that assistance proves to be worthy, then they too can benefit from a plea bargain agreement. As we said with many other things, Mr. Speaker, this item alone, this legislative intervention alone, is not going to be a panacea. But when we add it to the judge-alone trials, when we add it to new criminal justice rules, when we add it to the variety of different things that we are doing, we are beginning to see a criminal justice system that can move with alacrity and get things through. And Mr. Speaker, there are other things that we're coming. Several other pieces of legislation and rules are currently before the draftspeople. They've been approved by Cabinet. These things do take a little time, but I'm confident that before the year is up, we're also going to have some other seminal pieces brought before this chamber to help us to transform our criminal justice system. As I said, Mr. Speaker, it's not going to be a panacea, but when we add this to the other initiatives, this will represent a good instance, a good way of getting things done. Mr. Speaker, you know only too well that there are lots of people who are currently ready to plead guilty, want to plead guilty. Many of them are on remand and want to plead guilty. This plea bargain arrangement, Mr. Speaker, is ideal for that because we can go straight to a plea bargain agreement. The agreement is signed, and what we've provided in our legislation, more importantly, is that you must get the matter to the High Court within a period of 14 days. So you can't just enter into a plea bargain agreement, park it in somebody's file cabinet and leave it there. You have to get to court swiftly so that the accused can actually receive the tangible benefit of the plea bargain agreement. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that I have whet the appetite of some of the defendant counsel. I believe that they will see this as an advantage to the system, as a method of helping to, it will reduce their fees, no doubt, but it will certainly leave them with a little bit more time on their hands to work on many, many other matters. I support this bill wholeheartedly. I've drawn significantly on the experience of other jurisdictions like Jamaica. Let me say too, sir, we are passing a lot of legislation, but unless all parties understand how the legislation works, we're going to get nowhere. Often, Mr. Speaker, we pass along this, we pass along that, but then when once it leaves Parliament, nobody does anything. I have therefore issued an invitation on behalf of the Office of the Attorney General for the DPP and one of her deputies to come to Barbados during September. I anticipate, hopefully, that this bill will have become law by then. And the Office of the Attorney General will hold a symposium with all the stakeholders again. The prosecutors, the people from the Office of the DPP, the Defense Counsel, so the bar is going to be there. The police department is going to be there. Everybody who has an interest in this is going to be there so that we can actually role play. We can talk through what the law requires, what the experience of Jamaica is. Because even though the DPP may be chomping at the bit to do this, if we don't get the buy-in from the criminal bar, we will get nowhere. So we have to let the criminal bar understand that this is an advantage to them. But equally so, we also have to get the judges on board. The judges need to be able sometimes to say, why you all don't do a plea agreement with this? And so we're going to be hosting a symposium paid for by the Office of the Attorney General, where all the stakeholders will come in, spend the whole day looking at this legislation so that at the end of it, they'll be able to go out there and use it effectively. That is why we make these investments, Mr. Speaker. With those words, I commend this bill to this chamber and ask that it be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that you do not leave the chair and that this House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
This Honourable House is now in committee.
Mr. Chairman, may we take the bill in parts?
Yes, you may proceed.
Clauses 1 through 12.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clauses 1 through 12 stand part.
The question is that clauses 1 through 12 stand part. All honourable members in favor, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. You think the ayes have it?
Clauses 13 through 24.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clauses 13 through 24 stand part.
Question is that clauses 13 through 24 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. We think the ayes have it.
Clauses 25 to 35.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clauses 25 through 35 stand part.
The question is that clauses 25 through 35 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. We think the ayes have it.
The schedule.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the schedule be the schedule to the bill.
The question is that the schedule be the schedule of the bill. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you do not report to His Honour the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honour the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. We think the ayes have it.
Chairman of committees is reporting the passing of one bill in committee.
Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be read a third time.
Question is that this bill be read a third time. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Criminal Justice Plea Negotiations and Agreements Act 2024.
Question is that this bill be passed and so cited. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This bill stands. This bill is passed and so cited.
I will breeze for a bit.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, we have come to the end of today's proceedings. I therefore beg to move the adjournment of the House until August 9th at 10 a.m. Just on speaking on this short adjournment, please allow me to wish everybody a safe and enjoyable crop over as we participate in the festivities of the season. But back here the 9th of August at 10 a.m.
The question is that this honorable chamber be adjourned until Friday. That's Friday, correct? Friday, the 9th day of August at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 9th day of August. Friday, the 9th day of August, 2024 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.